And hello, everyone. Welcome to the finale of OSAS Season 10. I'm Kirikin, and I'm joined by Patat in what could be our most watched game. I mean, this tournament has been very, very strong in the polls. I mean, people watch Nassau, but people also watch OSAS, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. And we got a couple really good teams here. We are in the top four. We have Scandaloo's, Senko's Beloved, Loaves, Chikara Kittens, and Shrimp. And the first match here is going to be Scandaloo's versus Senko's Beloved Loaves. So we're about to get into it right about now. Are you looking forward to this, Kia?
Yeah, it's a BO3, and these are both teams that I am very familiar with, really. If you guys did not know the lore, I did coach Senko's, like, for a short period of time during OSAS Season 9 when they were going to qualify, but then they ended up getting knocked up by, I think, Boba. And I've coached Solus Kage on midfield not even 3 hours ago, sorta. He kind of just scheduled something with me. I was like, oh, okay. And then we did a coaching session right there.
Yeah, definitely. And our first math here, we got Clarion Corp, and we also got a couple big awakenings. We got Monumentalist and Primetime here. We could see that now pick definitely on Senko's Beloved Loaves, which with Monumentalist now, that could be pretty big here getting into the first game. We're going to see the Atlas and the Aimi bands coming out, and I mean, I think our picks as well are going to be pretty big. We got that Mako on the side of Scandaloo's, and we got Kai and that Rasmus, and then we also got that now, as I mentioned earlier, with that Monumentalist, which could be pretty big, just starting at this game.
Yeah, the Bebo now, I'm very fully aware of it. I told him to pick it up, and I said, "Yo, play this character. This character's kind of good." But I'm actually surprised to see the X online. I don't. I've probably never seen Cholesterol play X actually, even though I've played with him for a while, like a long time, because I got into the game because of him. I've never seen him on X.
Yeah, so this should be interesting. We're getting right in here. I'm kind of interested in how this is going to play out. I actually did play with Respect C3 earlier in a comp game today, so that's always enjoyable, and they actually looked really good. And now with that Strike Shot Mako, I think we're going to have a pretty exciting game on our hands. It might be a defensive goalie meta, but B-Knight with a Finny as well is going to be pretty interesting here.
Melee goalies might be the offensive so far. B-Knight losing both barriers in the process as Solus Kage decides to put it in. Deflected by the Finny secondary, but ends up getting put in by Stupid E-Boy, also known as Haughty. Kind of a very weird name change, but they actually cleaned it up really, really quickly.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast point, and now in the second point, unfortunately, we are seeing a bit of speed coming out for the side of Scandalous, and I mean, right over here we're seeing they're basically controlling the game so far with that speed just coming out from the Rasmus, using that secondary, Mako secondary as always, love that speed output, and so we're already seeing kind of Scandalous play around the characters of Senko's pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Maxwell is definitely helping out Haughty there. I would rather refer to him as Haughty, as he basically got the hook, the Death Touch out, and stunned B-Knight, which results in the strike bird. But you have to look at Cholesterol as well. He has been fighting both barriers, and he did find two of them quickly in that second point, so we might be seeing more to come. But instead, it will be stalled out as Biba will fall off, and also both midfielders falling out in general.
Yeah, and with that kill there, we're kind of seeing Senko's game plan. You got the Finny, you got the X, you're going to be going for that damage, and if you can get that damage going, especially with Cholesterol's like flip, all the abilities coming out, you're going to see those kills and then those goals like we just saw there. Respect didn't have much to save that, and so that core went straight in.
Yeah, good flip by him, keeping up the offensive pressure as they desperately need it, as they're down clearly at 1 point, and if Scandalous can win the set, they have a really strong draft on their hands. Being able to let the X not scale as quickly as they want to could be good, but so far one barrier falling for the side of Senko's beloved lows, flipping coming out for B-Knight, and looking everyone is low too. Haughty and Solus Kage both stagger leveled, even Haughty with flip too. If they can find a kill, it'd be really monstrous right here.
Yeah, and even if they don't get that kill, we do see Cholesterol taking Stupid E-Boy's flip away right there. And now there's almost no energy for the side of Scandalous. And so they're going to have to work around that. They're going to have to try and get away from all of the attacks being thrown out by Senko's beloved loaves. And I mean, that's what they're going to have to play to. They have to play for their life. And if they can't, then it's just going to go straight in.
As it does right there. Fortunate strikes by B-Knight kind of set the precedent of how much this game can weigh. I mean, this is the first game already in this BO3, but so far both teams are playing really well. Mako being the MVP of the set, and she has a lot to choose from. Arrows and heavy impact on the board.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to get the perfect form deny away from Cholesterol on the side of Senko's. However, that does leave the opportunity for Big Fish to be picked up, which is going to be pretty useful for X. X loves his size, but it's also denying away some of that stagger from the side of Scandalous. However, we do see Solus Kage picking up stagger swagger, which could be pretty dangerous, because with more speed and with fewer deaths on your side, Solus Kage is going to be not nearly as staggered as nearly as often. So it's going to be a lot more of trying to get Solus down and out of the field, just like we see there.
Yeah, kill very instrumental in getting that second barrier, trying to at least get the second barrier. They're scaling it really quickly though, that peak performance, keeping Haughty alive for the time being, but that Finny does do a lot of damage. He's now put on stagger level now. Kage coming back online, but still, Haughty with no energy, no evade, might be getting KO'd sometimes too if they actually force it, but they're too busy on the goal barrier right now. One barrier falling in return for that life, and both well, not even brawls, but forwards on Scandalous are low, but they just seem to keep getting it through.
Yeah, but that was some incredible plays from Scandalous coming out there. Solus Kage was basically staggered that entire point. However, E-Boy was able to use that secondary, get it around the Finny, who traditionally isn't amazing as a character when you're trying to defend in those hard 1v1 situations. You really have to just guess, and unfortunately that core was able to go straight through. But right here, we're already seeing the run it down playstyle from Scandalous, getting the core, getting the first barrier down, and I mean, this is going to be how they win. They just have to keep getting the points going, they have to go get the speed going, and get the core past the offensive side of Senko.
Even keeping Biba out of the play, looking staggered, basically half HP, having to play a little bit, not really get Elias. He's staggered once more, having to play the corner, and just lets B-Knight have full control, and it lets Haughty at least get that barrier too. Now pushing up is E-Boy and Kage trying to look for a barrier, but so far Senko's is stalling out really well, almost flips on all sides, even B-Knight using to flip as well, as it's deflected by the strike shot of Respect C3 as they're trying to keep pushing on, but somehow they're not finding the barrier still. It's a good hold.
Yeah, and here we're seeing Respect has a lot of skill when it comes to just these strike shots, these plays. Right there, the primary was able to get through the Finny primary, that misdirection, and just push it straight through, which when you're playing Mako, being able to play as sort of a ranged goalie just from the comfort of your own net is really important there. And that's exactly what we saw from Respect, taking that second point, and now they're in a really good spot in this second set.
Yeah, flip coming out. Also another flip coming out from C3. Both flips being burned. Only find one bear in the process, but they might find a life here as Solus Kage has to evade for the time being. Cluster trying to hunt for it, and even gets the ult orb as well. Gets a lot of cooldowns refunded in the process. He even gets the flip out, deflected by all three members too, as they're taking a lot of damage at this point. Even one falling as well as that Monumental is now doing so much damage, and even the Finny card in advance too to just shove it right in. This is what they need to score.
Yeah, and here we are seeing that damage flowing, especially with that with the orb in the middle. X was able to get so much size there, and they just had so much damage output, and were able to get that kill on Solus, I believe. And B-Knight was able to just follow up with a hit and get that goal in, and now they're still looking alive despite the little background that they already have.
Yeah, one barrier falling for Senko's beloved Los right now, being completely dominated by Haughty right now. He is having a lot of momentum into this game, just being able to completely outplay B-Knight with the speed of the Rasmus, having peak performance, and also the stagger to just deal with any Finny card in a time being as they're trying to fight for this barrier. But still, Cycles are holding on right now, trying to keep core control alive. But now Haughty almost would flip up, as well as Solus Kage backing him up to the Rasmus is very dangerous in a situation as they're fighting to look for it, but still they can't find it.
Yeah, and B-Knight has had some incredible defense so far in this point. Even with the bouncy castle-esque part of the map, we are seeing so many incredible saves. B-Knight's just getting it past E-Boy, and right there was able to help their teammates set up for that goal. And now it's 0.5 here in the second set. What looked like a 3-0 set win is now all tied up, and we could see Senko's taking this set and getting themselves some good awakenings with their scaling-based comp that we kind of see with the X and Finny.
Yeah, just right there. Scaling not really working in their favor as Haughty does find the barrier there. Finds one barrier as well as Kage still has flip online too. Playing the Kai really passively too, not to let anything go by so far as they're trying to keep this game under control as they have been. Both flips coming out, and unfortunate missed timing as they've tried to save it, and they do save it though, but at the expense of no energy for the goalie and the midfield too. Now Cholesterol pushing up, finding the first barrier too, striking his way through, but again it's the Rasmus always keeping up the pressure, and it's been putting Bina on some sort of hold though. He hasn't been able to commit much to the offense as much as he would want to.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, if you're using abilities to prevent the barrier from going down, you always love to see it. However, Cholesterol on the other side has been super powerful with just standing there with X, getting all those barriers and all that pressure. Even though they haven't quite been able to knock this barrier down, we're seeing a whole lot of pressure. We saw those double flips coming up earlier, and now E-Boy is pretty low, was very close to dying there. But either way, Cholesterol's just been able to keep the other side super low on stagger, and that's been pretty useful so far.
Yeah, but that overtime kicking in, the death switch as well, I think, being used for that corner, letting Haughty set it up to the top side, taking that 5th point right there and bringing it up to 2-0 right now. Senko's in a very dangerous spot. And with Now here on the second pick too, they have a lot to choose from, even though it looks very, very close. in terms of well, it doesn't look as close in terms of sets, but the points have been very close.
Yeah, definitely. We've had some close sets so far here. And right now, we are seeing the rapid fire pickup for B Knight, which could be pretty useful here. Those primaries just having a misdirection coming out basically every, I think, 5 or so seconds. That's going to be super useful. However, we are going to see also the Super Surge coming out for Respect. That's just so much more speed for the offensive plays. And right there, you see they're just running laps around the side of Senko, which could be pretty fatal for this offensive and defensive side of Senko's.
Yeah, indeed. If you don't, and lagging comparatively, they're lacking the speed for it, but they're able to get the stun off. It's really good as as both teams don't have a barrier up for grabs. Respect C3 also looking really low too. Might be KO'd by Cholesterol, but now that goal goes in, trying to mercilessly push it through is Soulless Kage as he finds another goal right there, saving life and Respect.
Yeah, and that was some great pressure. We saw that Super Surge coming in full force, just even in the first point of that set. However, we did also see the Catalyst as well making some moves, and the size on E-Boy just getting so much pressure going, and they were able to use that primary in the barrage to get it right through B Knight. Which, I mean, as Vinny, you don't really have too many opportunities to clear that away. You just have to like be prepared and be ready for it, and unfortunately, it just wasn't quite there.
There we go, offensive pressure kicking up now for Senko. They get the second barrier too, but they find the goal right now. Triple defense was layered up for the time being. A stupid E-Boy is looking low as Soulless Kage finds the second barrier too. Flips coming out, 1 to go. As stupid E-Boy is looking to burn it himself. He just needs to get the rock procured to him, but the damage is so strong right now. Monumentalist now, as well as Rapid Fire Primetime Finny, is really dangerous to go against. But it doesn't matter if they can find the goal here, as Senko's level lows are trying to get through.
Yeah, and Cholesterol and B-Knight have been working super well together, just with those more damage-oriented characters. Even Bebo as well have had some incredible damage so far. We've seen Soulless Kage and E-Boy super low for basically the entirety of the point. That is an unfortunate flip there, though, and it could be pretty dangerous for them going into the rest of this point.
Yeah, this point is very dangerous. Soulless Kage flips to the top side. Mental Boots Finny actually not being able to save that. As we push into match play right now, Scandalous looking really strong in this first game. I mean, they just have a really good speed comp. They're able to play core control really well, and that's what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, and we haven't quite seen those KOs come out. We are, however, seeing Cholesterol getting some really good offense going, almost taking out Soulless Kage there, but nonetheless getting that second barrier and open up the barrier for maybe their first point of this set. They can bring it back like they almost did in that previous set, and I mean, here on this damage, on the Gates of Obscura based map, you're going to see a lot more of that damage come out, a lot more of that pressure as well from these forward side.
And oh my god, I don't even know what happened there. I saw the barrier take and then the goal come out. I think the strike, I think it was just a little bit of a strike lag there as they were trying to get it frantically out of the go zone as it's soaring the angle there. And it was Hottie who basically sends it right in. That was a quick 3-0. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, pretty fast 13.5-minute first game here. However, we did see some great plays coming out from Cholesterol, Bebo, and the Knight on Senko's. They weren't quite able to play their comp just right. They definitely had the game plan down, but I think they weren't quite able to get the awakenings that they really wanted in order to get their comp off of the ground. And I think that proved pretty bad in the end of it, because we saw Scandalous able to just get that speed, get that Super Surge in particular on Mako. Soulless Kage got both stagger and speed with that peak performance and was able to just run laps, as I said earlier, around the offensive side and defensive side of Senko's, which just makes it super hard, but ultimately they were able to take the first game here. And now we're going to see a game 2 on Gates of Obscura, a game that hasn't been in the map pool for too long here in ranked, at least. I'm not too sure about OSAS, but hey, it's Gates now. Looks like Senko's is their pick, so now we might be able to see the comeback. We might be able to see Senko feeling a bit more comfortable here on their own map pick.
Yeah, Senko's locking the blue side as it was shown earlier, and quite possibly this could be the turn. It's like putting a very well-oiled machine versus sort of rusty one in that matter. I think that by the play that we definitely saw that first game, it looked like Scandalous were off to a very, very hot start indeed, as they were basically taking barrier after barrier for fun. But this is their time to kick back. Even though Zenkos did lose their map pick, Scandalous this map pick of Gifts of Obscura can be taken to advantage here if they play it well. I mean, we saw the points, even though it didn't really look close on the set score. They definitely did come very close in terms of points.
Yeah, and I might be a little bit of a liar. It wasn't on Paxenko's map pick. It was Scandalous who picked up that Gates of Obscura map. So I think we did see, however, Senko's was playing that more damage-oriented comp during that first match. So if they pull that out for that second game, Gates of Obscura is a great map to do that on. You're going to get a lot more damage, and while the portals may let you run away, they definitely don't save you from everything. So we could definitely be seeing Senko's able to pull off this game. And to start out, we are gonna be seeing this Monumentalist and the Missile Prop picks here. What are you kind of looking for coming out from each of the players?
Monumentalist Missile Prop is interesting. We might see the now run back actually from Bibao, or even maybe the patented rune pick that he supposedly loves to wield. I'm actually surprised that he didn't go rune that last game, because he's very comfortable in it actually. So that's something interesting to see. They do have first pick, so it could really go anywhere. The missile prop too. It could. I mean, I'm kind of just glazing Senkos right now, but they do have the Luna up for grabs. They might also have the Mako if they really want to take it away from C3, but C3 I think has the Atlas involved, right? So he could just go for that instead.
So actually, it looks like the Atlas got banned away from Senko's, or from the side of Senko's. So now Scandalous is not going to be able to have that pick up on the board. And the first pick is actually going to be a Mako pick for Senko's this time. We saw it for Scandalous in the previous game, and we saw it this time here for Senko's coming out. So that's going to be the speed on their side. However, in other words, we are going to see the Vice and the Finny pickups from the side of Scandalous, which is going to be very dangerous here, especially with that Monumentalist and Missile Propulsion pickup for these players.
Yeah, and coming out as well, the Rune Kazan. Oh, this is going to be an interesting game. Very patented picks from both Bibao and Cholesterol. Kind of spoke earlier with some other people about how Cholesterol is that one Kazan player that we know and love, but it does leave Haughty with the Zantara. I'm pretty sure we've seen him play at least once or twice, but don't think he might be picking it with the start. He might just go back to the Rasmus in case, because Rasmus is very strong, just on any map in general.
Yeah, and I think with that Rasmus pickup, it looked very strong in the previous match, but I think it might not work the best with those Vice and Finny. Now, don't get me wrong, Rasmus is definitely really good at securing those kills, and with Vice and Finny, you might not really need the other team. You might not really need the damage coming up from Rasmus too much. You might just want the Rasmus to secure those kills for E-Boy, and I think that's what they're going to be looking for. But I think if Senkos is able to play this comp well, they're going to be able to like run around. Basically, it's going to be a reversal of sorts from the previous games, kind of dynamic, and I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out.
I'm actually very interested too. This is, well, I think I already mentioned it earlier. Patented draft, well, patented pig versus patented pick almost. It's gonna be interesting to see how Respect C3 and Solus Kage do wield these picks respectfully, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing a Momentum Boots Mako again. Well, not again, but we're going to see another Momentum Boots Mako for B9, as we've seen, I think, previously in other streams, past streams at least. So going into this game here, it looks interesting. I feel like, in this sense, them letting Cholesterol have the Kazan when he didn't pick it the first time is kind of odd to me. I mean, also with the start, it kind of stinks, because Kazan really can't get any value off of whatever's going on in the draft, but I'm excited. I am actually very, very willing to see how Cholesterol will pilot through not being able to have a draft well, just an awakening pick in the first set anyways.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is going to be, as you said, pretty interesting of a match. We do see those characters locked in, and it's going to be, I think the portals are going to be coming in pretty useful, pretty handy here. Because with that Fania, you aren't really able to hold it down quite as well. I'd imagine on that defensive line is going to be our pick. Yeah, so Respect has Pauldron as Fini actually, which is pretty interesting here. We do see the missile prop going out. So I think it's going to be up to Respect to kind of hold it down on those corners without the portals, and then on those corners with the portals, they might be able to get an easy out here just by sending it straight through the portal, getting a nice, quick clear.
And for the first set, Kazan is not a real character. He doesn't have a special yet, so it will be a very flimsy time for Cholesterol as both barriers do fall, and the quick goal to come. Solos Kage with the TP. Fortunately, finding the barrier where B-Knight couldn't react to it in time, and this is what we're gonna see. We're gonna see how fast either team scales, because if Sankos can scale out of control, especially with this Rune pick, I feel it's gonna be very dangerous. I mean, Rune is a very strong character.
Yeah, and Rune already does have that Monumentalist, one of his best pickups, at least in the eyes of many players. So definitely having that Monumentalist is going to be big, unless of course you get taken off the map, as we see right there, the damage already coming out from the side of Scandalous, which could prove pretty dangerous here, as Cholesterol is about to be staggered as well.
Tension's running really high there, B-Knight B-Knight unfortunately losing his flip in the process there while trying to defend, but so far it's looking so good right now. He's definitely holding on against the Rasmus, but the Rasmus ends up with the Death Touch, and that's another point for Scandalous here, that they're playing really well. I mean, they're kind of just owning the game by themselves, it feels like, and Senkos just has to play on the defensive, and it's not really working out for them so far. I mean, I feel like this team comp, even though it doesn't sound like the greatest start of all time, it could lead to like very fast plays, but it just doesn't feel like it's being activated right now.
Yeah, and something big here that I'm seeing from the side of Scandalous is that they have a whole lot of damage output that, with that Pauldrons as well, which I wasn't really thinking about the possible use for that extra damage, but I mean, hey, it's a damage comp, you're gonna love that extra damage, and with Respect on that, we already see so many staggered players. Cholesterol, though, gets staggered, gets pushed into the core for a nice, easy first goal on their side.
It's a very, very close goal indeed, as Senkos are looking to bounce back again. We've seen this story before where they've been down almost all the time, and they've almost come back from it, but it's the same ending over and over where they're just unable to capitalize in time. And it's basically what looks like to be going on right now. One barrier falling as Solus Kage does stuff out any clear of that Supernova, almost getting second barrier too as the banish comes out. Audi almost getting staggered as well, having to push the corner away as Senkos Lovelos are decided to pushing on the offense right now. Cholesterol also being staggered in the process, means he will be KO'd in the process, and now 2v3 power play might even be another power play if they can find another kill on Bebo, as they might as well, but a good evade means that he stays alive for the time being. But again, it's so hard to play in this as you have just damage output of the damage output, and the passes coming in as well will be dangerous.
Yeah, and with E-Boy having what looks like all of their abilities up, it's gonna be pretty dangerous, but it's not E-Boy who takes the light, takes the stage. That's Vice's job. She is right here. Solus Kage getting that third goal, able to close out the first set for themselves in what looked pretty dominant here. And now they're gonna be rewarded with some pretty interesting awakenings going into this draft.
I think, well, it's a very good draft for Rasmus. I mean, you just get Flutterfly, and then as he does take right there, it basically just denies Kazan any leverage. I mean, I think the main thing is that they need to just get it past everyone, and it's just being denied right there. I mean, he has to take Adrenaline Rush, but what are you gonna do at Rush if you're gonna just die in the end?
Ooh, and that's a really dangerous draft from what I'm looking at, because we saw Respect getting that primetime, or not primetime, rapid fire up. We saw Solus getting the specialized training, which is going to be so strong, so useful here, because they've already been getting kills, but with that ult being so much stronger, it's going to be super dangerous for the side of Senkos here, but they were able to get that that peak performance, going to be able to get more speed on the side of Bibao, and this could be pretty big for them.
Suspicious damage check right there. That Finny card does basically half a Cholesterol's health, which is very, very interesting. I mean, being pushed in the corner is very good as well as you trying to look for something. Unfortunately, that big finish does clear out in time, as well as the portal play coming out as well, giving some relief to the offense. And again, he's just staggered. This is not looking really good for Cholesterol, as he basically gets taken off the map in possession of the goal barrier. But that goal barrier on the other side also does fall in the process. Now, so does Kage charging up the Supernova. Does almost get it out though. Doesn't find the goal barrier, unfortunately, but almost will slip right through as the portal plays are coming out so far. Now Cholesterol back on the board, currently trying to look for something to close it out, but it becomes so hard to score when you have basically not even a third teammate, as Bebo also falls in the process.
Yeah, and despite the missing teammate, B-Knight and Bebo were able to hold super well. Cholesterol here getting the strike wars that they need in order to keep themselves alive in this point. Unfortunately, though, it isn't quite enough. Just barely. Bebo isn't going to be able to respond in time. And now we see Solus Kage getting that first goal. With all of the damage in the world, I'm excited to see the number of kills at the end of this match. Same with the damage counter. It's pretty scary here for the side of Senkos. They're going to have to play to their life a lot more, and they can't really care about the core too much if they don't have lives to save it with.
And definitely getting bounced around there. Flip coming out as well as an attempt to keep the core in possession now. So far looking so good, as Bebo also brings his flip on the defense, but it doesn't find any value though. So as Kage also brings the flip too. Gets deflected by B-Knight, and B-Knight now on the B-Knight and Cholesterol on the offensive, really being to push the offensive back into the portal, and now looking to score here. They're trying to do something, but so far it's not looking so good, as they're being stuffed out at every possible moment. The three-man defense working wonders so far for the team of Scandalous.
Yeah, but here we are going to see Bebo and Cholesterol working their way up on this barrier, able to open up that barrier, maybe get their first goal here in this set, and bring themselves back in this game against this damage comp, which is looking so strong right here, but unfortunately not. That core is going to be too fast, and the Mako primary isn't going to be able to come out in time.
Yeah, this Mako is looking very, very weak against Erasmus, even though on paper it might look very strong. This Erasmus is currently just controlling the game in general, as well as Kage being able to back up Haughty very, very well, and in turn, just so many goals coming out now. Supernova as well, as they're setting up on the corner now. Bebo able to get it out just in time, and Cholesterol capitalizing just the barrier now, as Respect C3 is left with no goal box, and Curly almost about to die there. Tatsuno almost catching him, but he does live for the time being. Lets Haughty and Solus Kage walk up in time. Vanish comes out, doesn't find any value though, as he, well, not finding any value, but doesn't get anything done with it. Only stalls to play out momentarily, as Cholesterol has to back up for the defense, and that's just the power of KOs in general. The fact that you have to just walk back for a second is what it takes to keep in the corner, but instead it's the core flip that finds the goal in turn.
Yeah, and that Mako, if Mako has one great thing that she is good at, I mean, it's gonna be that defensive power. And with Mako here, we did see that incredible core flip, gonna get it straight through the offense, only focusing really on the offense, not very much defense coming out from Scandalous, but that's not really what you need when you have all sorts of this damage coming out. And despite the fact that they did lose that point, they're already back on the offensive side, no barriers down, just taking chunks of B-Knight and Cholesterol's health bars, just taking them so low. And now we're almost gonna see a staggered Cholesterol, and oh my gosh, it's pretty scary here.
Yeah, no one wants to see your own teammate getting hit really hard, as we've been seeing Bebo and B-Knight being tossed around like a fish while Cholesterol is gone. And so the second barrier too will fall, as Bebo and B-Knight are under 50% HP, as they're looking to capitalize right now. And Cholesterol even looking getting staggered to even find the KO as well. The banish not really being enough, as one core flip is burned, the double KO coming through. And what can you do against this offense, as the Rasmus does keep it in and put it in for the second set. And now Scandalous, they have a chance to bring it out too well against Senko's beloved Loaves here, as the draft comes in, and oh my goodness, this is looking very, very scary.
Oh my gosh, here in the winner's final, it is make or break time for Senkos, and we're gonna see that perfect form pickup leaving Hotshot open, which I can only imagine is hopefully gonna get taken by Bebo here. Yeah, there it is. We do also see, though, that that perfect form definitely going to be pretty strong. More cooldowns, never going to be complaining about any of that. Also, on Solus Kage, we are going to see that explosive entrance, which is going to prove incredibly strong. They're going to be able to make it all the way across the map with that secondary that you see right there, and hopefully they're going to be able to get a whole lot more damage coming out from all of those impacts.
Seems like Senko's beloved lows are going off to a good start. In turn right now, they did find that first barrier. We'll find the kill as well as the power play comes online, the added rush proc, and going in, going full strong, and they can set it in here. This might be what changes the tides, if they just need to find one singular KO to bring this game back to almost a winnable fashion. But in turn, as Solus Kage does come back, a barrier is taken on the other side, and so will the second fall as well. The cascading amount of damage has been being dealt so far will mean something, but instead the banish finds both players, and Clash was able to sink it right in.
That was an incredible banish coming up from Bibao, getting both Respect and Solus Kage, the only two people able to maybe catch that core, and just putting the goal straight in. Another thing I forgot to mention is that Mako B-Knight was able to get the Spark of Strength and Spark of Resilience, which means they have a lot more health. They're not going to really be able to be bullied nearly as much as they have been throughout this whole whole game. And now we're able to see the first barriers going down from each of these teams.
Second barrier as well, as the Finny was able to put it right in the big finish, helping out with that as they're looking to score again, but both barriers falling yet again for both teams. It looks very, very well. It's a very high pressure game. I'm like losing my words right now because there's so much that's going on, and so will that Rasmus Whiplash be putting it right in again. I mean, how can you stop Hottie when he has so much speed?
Yeah, and I mean, speed is the name of the game, but also, they don't just have that speed, they have that damage, and when you have speed and damage, that's controlling basically, I guess, two of the three best, biggest top prophecies in this game. They have speed, they have damage, they're constantly dishing out that damage and those kills, but they also have the speed to just run around the forwards of Senko's beloved lows, and it makes it really difficult here for the side of Senko's in order to get these barriers open and game in their hands.
And even though both barriers fall, it is the kill that comes out. Flip being burned for it, and so will the offense, looking to somehow score on this defense, with B-Knight still having Flip online, looking to capitalize as Bibao speaking, putting it in the corner so far, as Hottie does find the angle though, fortunately for them, as Cholesterol does come back online. Backpass comes online, but instead, it's Cholesterol who capitalizes yet again with the amount of abilities Kazan has, and now Senko's are in the lead in points for the first time in this series.
Yeah, and this is really what Senko's wants to see here. They're 2 points away from their knockdown to losers bracket, and if they're able to keep this lead alive, which, oh, that damage coming out is gonna kind of quench some of those chances. However, there is still one more point here in the set guaranteed, so hey, they have their chance to pull off their first set of the series, get this comeback going, and maybe bring themselves to their Game 2 win.
Senko's needs to laugh it off like B-Knight did in order to capitalize off of it, as Solus Kage falls in return. Now, Senko's beloved chance to strike back currently, but it's being completely held out by Hottie right now. He's been dealing so much stuff on the offense, as the Flip also gets burnt out in the process too. A great strikeout by Bibao means that barrier will fall, and so far Senko's, they have to hold on. It is only a matter of time before eventually Cholesterol dies too. He's been hit by the debuff as well, and now he might fall. If they can just find a kill, they can activate the power play as they do here. Now in the defense position currently, as B-Knight and Bibao are trying to hold it down so far. They've been doing so well, but now Bibao is the one who's actually staggered. He did get one hit off the Fitty debuff too, which means that he might be taking damage in the meantime, as Cholesterol does come back online too. Senko's beloved Loves now with a chance to try to strike here, as Hottie is currently stagger level as the second barrier falls too. You just need one simple trick to hit it right in, as everyone's on their knees right now. They need to play this really safely in order to secure the point, but so far Respect C3 has been keeping the core away for the time being, and so is the core speed as we hit overtime.
Yeah, and this is really not going to be a comfortable spot for Scandalous here, as the core goes in, and Senko's beloved Loafs take their first set win here in this series, and now they're able to take this set. And now we're going to see the Awakenings here. What's popping out to you for, Kaio?
I mean, you have Cast Class and Extra Special on for the rune. He has been finding a lot of value on the banishes, but in turn, that lets Big Fish slide over for the rest, which he will take, and so will the Finny too. Blast Cannon even might have Colossus too, with the Powerhouse Pauldrons as well. Just means a lot more damage will be buffed in the process. I mean, damage is the name of the game, as you did say before, and they've been dishing it out they've been dishing out in like chunks, just constant chunks of Supernova, and then you have the Finny card, and then you have just Rasmus doing so much damage, being in the corner and all that.
Yeah, and this is actually a really good draft opportunity for the side of Senko's, because they were able to get that they were able to get that catalyst on Cholesterol, which means you have all the more energy to evade and get away with, and also get those flips here, but it might not matter too much, as Scandalous is able to just demolish that defensive side of Senko's and take their first point of this set. But if Cholesterol is able to use that energy from Catalyst super effectively, they're going to be able to stay alive a whole lot more, and that's going to prove big for this game.
Indeed, so as they're looking to target Cholesterol, even a lot of Finny primaries coming out, and so will almost a kill now. A staggered level is Cholesterol, as they're looking to completely just throw this game into a one-sided lot battle, as they're trying to just force Cholesterol to not play the game at all. And now, Scandalous, they have a win con. I mean, they had a win con in the beginning with the amount of damage they have, as well as the picks they chose, as Cholesterol is once again staggered basically almost off the map too. He's able to keep it alive, but he is alive due to the Catalyst nature, as he does fall in the end. 10 kill streak for Hardy as he found the second barrier as well. Almost every flip coming online too so far for Scandalous, as they're looking to keep it in once more, bring it home, as people might say, but again, it's being held down so far. Bibao being really low, not exactly dead just yet. Could potentially hold on, as he is getting a lot of stagger now. Unstaggered with the core flip as well. Could change the tide so far, but so does Kage in the net, just constantly putting stuff down is so dangerous.
Yeah, and here we're seeing the triple flip up. They're going to be wanting to use those quickly, and we do see the flip coming out from E-Boy. Sola still has that flip, going to be able to use it to preserve that energy before they get taken off the map. And now we're seeing the barrier open, the skull is open for the side of Senko's, and Scandalous is going to be just trying to close this down. And with that damage, with that pressure, they might just be able to do it here.
Last time for Cholesterol at this point now, as the core goes wide yet again, the big finish sending it right in. And it's match point for Scandalous right now. That Finny is working their tail off right now as we do speak. And this is very bad. I mean, even the stacks on Finny too, just having the amount of speed too to cover basically anything Cholesterol throws their way as one barrier falls. Now the corner offense is working so well, and so is the damage too. Cholesterol being hit yet again. And also the Supernova coming out too, making sure that they can't save that energy for another chance to go. As Cholesterol is looking still really low, 1/4 of the quarter away from being basically killed now. He's basically being saved from the Catalyst and the fact that he has Twin Drive online. But now Solus Kage basically in the jaws of defeat right now. Will get almost hooked off the map. Is saved though, but it's Hardy putting in all the effort. He wants to close this game out right now, and he's basically doing so now. On their last legs right now are Senko's beloved Lows right now. They have a chance to take it home right now as the portal barrier goes live. And so far they're holding on so well. The power duo of B9 and Biba are keeping it alive, but it's only a matter of time before that goal goes in.
Yeah, and Cholesterol was taken out there, but a great hold from B9 and Bibao is going to be able to keep the core alive, keep themselves in this game here. And with that hot shot, with that overtime, we might be able to see Bibao getting some incredible plays here. Already that red core going, but unfortunately it's not quite enough as Respect. Gonna get a nice little coin slot, pushing it straight through B-Knight and getting that final goal for this series. Going to be able to cement themselves here in the grand finals of this OSAS Season 10.
Yeah, unfortunately, Senko's beloved Lows did not appear at their A game today, but it's okay. They have one more chance in this double elim bracket. They've been sent down to the losers finals, and now they have a chance to bring it back up. Note that Senko's and Scandalous are basically out of contention right now. They've basically been banned from OSAS, so this is their last chance to make every point count, every set count, every game count, as we are heading into the game. And even, I mean, you were interested about the damage so far. I mean, 14 KOs, that's insane.
Yeah, but here, I mean, this was an incredible set. Unfortunately, Senko's wasn't quite able to get their footing, find their standings here. They were able to take the set, which was something new in comparison to that first game. They added about another 5 minutes onto it, but unfortunately, they just couldn't quite close it out. Some incredible plays from both sides. Any final thoughts for the series, Kaya?
I mean, that was just a great showing. I mean, Solus Kage, my goat. I mean, I coached this man, Smile. But in light of that, I think that we will see better games in the meantime as we do head into a momentary break. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the losers semifinals of OSAS. Currently, we have two teams up for grabs to secure that third spot, which is Shrimp and Chikara Kittens, two teams we've definitely heard of before.
Yeah, and definitely we have this loser semi, as you said here. We're gonna see the map picks and bans down below, right below my face. And we got Inky Splash Zone and Clarion Chest Chamber, the first two maps to be banned out. Our first map, though, is going to be Atlas's Lab. Our game 2 is going to be Oni Village, which we might be sticking out for a bit of a long one. And I didn't manage to catch the third one before it swapped over. So we got our first character picks and bans. What are you looking at here, Kaya?
I mean, I'm actually very interested in this. I mean, the explosive Juno first. This is Shrimp picking, so Paddle Means Wave will be on the Juno. I've seen him play more than once. He's a pretty cool guy. And then you have the X and Atlas. Both good uses of Perfect Form. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of cooldowns though, and cooldowns will be very hard to come by as an Atlas player.
Yeah, and now the queue is getting started. We're going to get going here. We have, yeah, as you said, that Podomines Wave Juno, one of their best picks here, and also a pick that I love to see. And we're also going to see that X now and Atlas on the side of Chikara Kittens. This will be a pretty interesting comp here, as well as with that perfect form and explosive entrance. The Zentara ban, as always, pretty nice to see. Especially on an incredible start for him. But yeah, we're about to get started here, just getting the ban phase going. And yeah, I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Juno going over to Pato, heard that it's his best character as well. And in turn, we might see, I mean, it's a very good comfort pick in general, as well as Steam Whistle on breaks. And I think, is Steam Whistle on? No, he's on the Mako actually. Oh no, I mean, Steam Whistle Mako is also pretty good. He's mainly known for the Luna, I'm pretty sure, in the Norms queues, so him playing Mako is something nice to see.
Yeah, and that Mako definitely going to be able to hold it down against a character such as X. It's a pretty bad matchup for that X. We are going to have to see just kind of a difference in skill between goalie and forward here. And now the game is getting ready to load up, and I'm looking forward to this. And 3, 2, 1, game's getting started.
I mean, the ambulance X comp is very cool. I mean, I have no words for it. I mean, it's just an ambulance comp. Xenox is going to be having so much HP in the time being, having the Atlas res up, as well as Moore always almost going to be able to heal him some point of time, but instead it's Breakson fighting the first barrier, as well as taking his own life in the process, unfortunately, as Zex, Moore, and Fox and Sox look to take on the Juno, Pato Means Wave, and Steam Whistle. Unfortunately, that strike will be going back into their own barrier as Breakson does return.
Yeah, and we're seeing some already pretty offensive plays here. The melee goalies with Atlas and Mako are pretty scary to go against, and that's just the meta right now. But if you're able to play around them, just like we see almost right there, you're going to be able to get the core almost in the net. And I mean, this is a pretty aggressive play from both teams going out so far.
Chikara Kittens very oppressive in there, trying to take away Breakson's HP, but instead it's she's the one that scores actually, as the first point goes on. But we saw earlier when Pato Means Wave was gone, Breakson was also getting just hit by the Atlas, being hit by the Atlas, the primary in general, and then also just getting hit by a lot of abilities from the Now and the X, which means that they will be coming under scrutiny a lot of the times as his X begins to scale really quickly into these upcoming sets.
Yeah, and yeah, as you're saying, X is a character that scales very heavily, so unfortunately we didn't quite see it too much in the previous series, but we could definitely see a Xenox X getting some damage going, getting some special awakenings, able to kind of get scaling, able to get going. But right here, it looks like they are down in 1 point and also down by both barriers here. So it's going to be up to the side of Chikara Kittens to get both of this final barrier down for the side of Shrimp and open up this goal, open up the set for themselves.
Yeah, Moore trying to do all the work as Xenox has to be pushed back in the meantime, but also the flip being burned by Breakson does bleed a lot of the offense, as there were 3 flips online Clearly, Potomi's Wave looking to fight around the X, also burns the flip in the process out. Overtime kicking in means the third flip will be burned by Steamboat. Steamboat trying to keep it alive for the time being as the corner offense comes through now. Fox and Sox still holding it down. I heard she was on 120 ping and kind of a really big goalie dip if you're able to defend on 120 ping for the time being, and she basically is holding it down for the time being, but Xenox looking really low means that they might be knocked out of the play, which means the power play might come online as it does right there.
Yeah, the power play is going to strike true, and just like that goal, we're gonna see a pretty quick power overload here coming up from Shrimp. They're gonna be able to go up 2-0 here in this point, or in this set, and now it's going to be up to the side of Chikara Kittens to just keep these goals out and keep the points flowing for themselves rather than the other team. And now we do see the Sad Boys angle though, as both barriers almost get taken out by the side of Chikara Kittens. This could be scary for Shrimp. They haven't really lost both of their barriers yet, and if they do, it's going to be pretty big.
Yeah, so that second barrier do falling, as well as the other barrier from Steam Blossom as well. These teams haven't been able to keep their barriers alive, but they have been keeping their goal away from the core. Well, the core away from the goal, actually. I got it mixed up. As Xenox and Moore are looking to score right here. They have the energy going in as Steam Blossom decides to flip for the process, and now Breakson and Potomi's Wave looking to capitalize off of the 2v1. And now everything's coming back to slow motion now. Overtime clicking in about 10 seconds usually, as Mora is about to build up flip. Has the flip now, but instead the Juno Slimes who send it right through as Brixton follows up, and that's the first set gone. Easy 3-0 clean sweep as Potomi's Wave takes the first MVP.
Yeah, and we see here the Juno Slimes already coming out in full force, and we're gonna see them get even stronger here with this hot shot pickup coming out for Potomi's Wave. This is going to be very, very important here, because you thought you had a few slimes there. I think there were 3, 4, or 5, all just in that one tiny area. Now you're going to see so many more, so much faster of a core, and that's going to be really, really powerful. Also, we're going to see Kazan pick up that rapid fire, which Kazan loves his primaries. He has 2 of them. Now he has 2 of them, but faster. So that's going to be very strong for breaks in, and it's gonna be pretty rough of a spot. Very rough first draft for Chikara Kittens. They're gonna have to pull it together and kind of get these barriers flowing for their side. But I mean, that's what the scaling comp kind of does for you.
The scaling comp doesn't mean much as both barriers do fall for Fox and Sox. Breakson doing a really good job at keeping it inside for the time being. Almost looking for the kill too on Xenox as he basically healed back to full due to the ambulance comp. As Breakson looking low herself, will be out of the play for the time being, having to back up, but still back on with the orb now. But Mura with flip almost got killed by the top spin before she just she does stay alive for the time being as Xenox finds both barriers in retaliation. The flip comes out as well. Good defense by Steam Bustle to keep it alive as Breakson and Potomi's Wave look to score here, but the core is not on the other side as Xenox sends it right in with simple strikes.
Yeah, and that's a great looking first goal for the Chikara Kittens in this game. We saw just some great plays coming out from both Xenox and Mura, just able to keep that core forward all up in Steam Whistle's face, and now they're looking powerful in the second set. They didn't really win that draft, but that doesn't mean that they can't win this series, and they already take down the first barrier for the side of Shrimp. This is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, that now is doing so much work. The amount of speed she has and just being able to ping pong it back and forth with Steam Whistle, always getting enough momentum to keep it going as Murad does send it in for the second point. That scaling is kicking in really quickly as they're basically running away with this set already almost, but let's see whether or not Shrimp can turn it around.
Yeah, and I was hyping up Shrimp's Awakening picks there. Definitely, I think they got the better luck of the draw. However, we do see that Catalyst on Mura able to just give them so much more energy, so much more pressure, and I mean, they aren't even using their energy there. No flip needed. Both the barriers are going to be going down for Shrimp, and now with only 1 core flip up, this could get pretty scary.
Yeah, that flip from Potomi's Wave being stuffed up by Mura as well, almost having flip too. She might flip it right in front, as she does right there, being stuffed up by Steam Bustle. Also uses the flip in retaliation as well, not something you want to see, but breaks and almost capitalizing off of it too. The top spin getting a kill, but not finding the goal in time, as Mura and Xenox are left to defend it, the 2v3 power play. Now Potomi's Wave looking to put it in the goal, trying to procure the rock to breaks in, and they're looking so desperately, but Fox and Sox does come back online just in time to even out the player count.
Yeah, and here we're gonna see that hot shot on the Juno coming out in full force. The slime just pushing it straight through the defensive side of Shikara Kittens. They got their first point in this set. Just because they were down 2-0 doesn't mean they're out. And now, despite the fact that they did lose those first 2 goals, now they're coming out, getting that first barrier, and they're going to look to turn the set around for themselves, get that second set on the board, and put themselves in a very good position for the rest of the game.
Really, the core sliding right behind Mura and activating the proximity drone in the meantime does send that right in for an own goal. But it's better to not look at those small things and look at the thing that's coming right in front of you now. 2-2.5 in the second set. Very, very close. And so far, it's been a very close game. I mean, they've been holding on to the they've been holding on very closely for the Juno actually. They've been handling the Hotshot Juno really well, and I think that's what they need. They just need to keep court control alive and keep putting damage on breaks in order to keep them alive for the time being. But it doesn't matter if both barriers do go down now. Fox and Sox in a bit of a bad position as Pato means Wave. The Juno Slime connected again with the core, setting it right in, putting that putting that 0.5 to rest actually, excuse me, as we head into this third set. Pato means Wave being the MVP again.
Yeah, and with that hot shot, we're going to see Pato getting that first in draft as well for the set, and that 1-2 punch is going to be their reward. I mean, those Juno Slimes are going to be going at 1,000,000 miles per hour. However, on the other side, we are going to see that peak performance pickup. Never a bad idea to pick up some more speed for your midfielder. We do also see some size getting on Demolitionist getting onto Xenox here, as they have more size, more cooldowns, and hey, with all that stuff, you're never going to complain. On the other side, though, we do have some sparks picked up, and as always, that 1-2 punch is going to be hopefully going here pretty insane.
Yeah, Juno has been keeping control of the core pretty well. Pato means Wave playing that midfielder extremely well, keeping the core away. As they also find the second barrier too. I mean, dash range and core speed Juno is what you need to win the game. As Pato means Wave has been putting on a show so far that Juno working the likes of Magic going around, but instead it's Mura trying to replicate the same exact thing as she does a good pass to Xenox, slides it past the I guess you could call it the goal box. I don't even know how to call it. Smile.
Yeah, nice little coin slot angle there coming out from Xenox. Gonna push it just straight in between Steam Whistle and that barrier opening up. And now they're up 1 more point in this set. And I mean, this is looking pretty crazy. They're going to be able to hopefully get these points on the board, and rather than be reverse 3-0'd in points, we're looking to see maybe getting some power going and taking this first set for themselves.
Xenox with a good cycle of abilities being used does secure both areas there, but also might secure breaks in life. Virtually gets the flip out just in time as Xenox is looking to put pressure in the corner now. It's basically 3 players in the goal box currently as they're looking to take it out alive, as Pato means Wave is putting on the Juno Slimes to try to keep it going, as Steam Whistle is also defending against Xenox here. Now Fox and Sox looking to try to find something, and the entire Jakara Kittens really trying to find something as they try to open up this point, as the flip comes in and is used in the process. Gets the score here, and Jakara Kittens again are up 2-0 in this third set.
Yeah, that peak performance proving its use for Mura here, just letting them speed right by Breakson on that defensive line, and they were able to just use that core flip, get it straight in the net. Here, though, they're defending the core flips for themselves, getting the barriers open on both cases for Shrimp, and now they're looking really strong. They might be able to just close out this set here and take their first set of the game, maybe get a reverse 3-0 started, but now with that scaling comp, they're going to look very, very strong.
Core speed being very active in that point, going so quickly, as now the MVP of the set. It does have a lot to choose from, a lot of speed to get this point going. Fighter Flight is on the board right now, but so is a lot of things, as Juno is second to pick. I mean, Juno is having a field day right now with what she can possibly get right now. She basically takes up the Fighter Flight too, which is very, very powerful. Just being able to have speed of her own, plus core speed, plus in general, just the amount of pressure that she's been having all over the map.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty big here. That Juno getting Fighter Flight for Padamin's Wave, that's basically infinite core speed, and also a whole lot of speed that you get. Basically, slick kicks in disguise, and now we're gonna see Padamin's Wave hopefully just playing around the entire game with this insane Juno setup. But it might not matter if you don't have a forward. Braixen almost getting taken off of the map already.
And of course becoming clutch there, sending it away for the time being, but Mura and Xenox keeping it up so far. Somehow the Atlas Orb doesn't break in the process, but good thing so far is Braixen gets out just in time, trying to look for the Orb, does manage to get it as they're looking to keep it alive for the time being. Now Xenox and Mura have to capitalize off of this with the fact that he's not there to defend, as Mura does flip it off to Xenox, does find the second barrier too, and ups up the goal. Now Fox and Sox looking to try to defend here, as well as Steam also and Padamin's Wave trying to get the core over to Braixen, who has been struggling a little bit against this Atlas too. This Atlas being so prominent, just defending the goal box over and over means that they can't really find anything done so far, but they're coming up on the core flip soon.
Oh, and the Juno Slimes are going to push that core through, but with the massive size that we're seeing on the entire side of Chikara Kittens, outside of Mura here, who's kind of sacrificing some of their own size, with that Among Titans, we're going to see the super big strikes saving some of those cores, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough there, as the hot shot, as that Kazan strike is going to push it straight through and going to get the first goal for Shrimp here in this set.
Yeah, good thing they saw Fox and Sox use that alpha projection earlier, making so it couldn't save that goal there as it did go in. And now another core flip come out, finding that first barrel and barrier where Fox and Sox wasn't there. Could be what can turn this game very quickly, but instead it's the Juno Slime kind of checkmating their own barriers there, as Xenox is looking to capitalize, has core flip now, could potentially use it, but is stuffed out in the meantime too. That is not what you want to see when you're the X right now, as they're looking to completely turn the game around. Braixen also getting a kill, so almost finding another kill onto Mura as the positioning goes wide. Padamin's Wave looking really low too. They're basically at 1/4 stagger, but that Juno speed can't keep them alive for the time being. Now the flip coming out for Xenox, looking to put it in, and he does. What a great way to keep the core alive and speedy, so that goes right in.
Yeah, and that was some incredible defense that we saw there from Shrimp. We saw that Steam Whistle had used that Maka ult in order to get the flip away from Xenox there, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough for that point, and the core did end up going in, tying up the set here, but it might not matter too much as, oh, a great save onto Xenox. That X is going to be alive and standing as big as ever.
And second time that Braixen did find value in keeping the play stalled out when Xenox was hit, and now they also find the second barrier onto Fox and Sox too. A very big turnaround for Fox and Sox, who has been doing a lot of damage so far, but it's Braixen on the offensive, trying to push with Padamin's Wave now. A quick check on the levels there. Padamin's Wave being the only person at Omega, and could be Xenox in the meantime, as he almost finds the KO to the Ad Rush proc, getting a little bit too greedy there as Padamin's Wave does evade it just in time, as the defense is stalling out for the time being. Now Steam Whistle having to flip there, hits it right into the goal box, well, not goal box, but the Atlas Orb, being that it does get that final barrier, and now Steam Whistle something left to put it in, as Padamin's Wave and Braixen are trying to force it right through. Juno Slime overtime coming in to keep the pressure alive, as Mura goes with a flip too, deflected by Padamin's Wave, and Braixen and Pado are trying to connect right now, but it's so fast. The core is going way too fast for Braixen to set up in time, as the core is flying all across the map. Now Mura and Xenox having a chance to get it through, trying to ping pong it past Padamin's Wave, but the strike wars are being won. Everything's being won so far. This point is so quick.
Yeah, and every time it gets to Pado, you pretty much are always going to be seeing that super fast core, that core, red core, just going straight into the side of Chikara Kittens. But if you're alone up there, like we see the forward Braixen getting taken out, and now it's up to Steam Whistle and Pado to just keep this core out of their goal and just keep the game alive for themselves. They want to close out this game real soon here. They only need 2 more points in order to win this.
Yeah, God's weakest Juno build coming out live right now. It does burn another flip of Xenox, as this point is going for so long. Means Wave has the 1-2, making that core, red core really quickly, but he's off the map now. This is their chance. The midfield has been disturbing them for so long, but now they have a chance to score right here if they just connect on one singular thing. But the Bellbringer sends it right back, keeps the stall alive away. The X Maximus also doesn't connect too. Steam Whistle holding it down for the time being. Now Means Wave coming back online now. The red core trying to find some value as Breaks is looking to keep it alive, and in turn does burn the flip out of Mura too. They might not need it for this next point, but it doesn't even matter if Brixton can find the crooked leverage and put it down to the bottom corner to send this point away and into the Gulag, where we will set up match point for Shrimp.
We are on match point, and I just want to point out there were some incredible saves coming out from Steam Whistle there. With an X that big right in your face, you should in theory be getting pretty scared, but Steam Whistle with some cold precision was able to just deny all of those attempts coming out from Xenox, and now we're seeing it here. The core does not hit the barrier, and now it's the offensive turn for Shrimp. They're going to try and get something going here, maybe get this final goal and close out the game for themselves.
Yeah, with one barrier down a piece for both teams, and also 3 core flips about to come online for Shrimp too. Breakson could flip for this barrier, but so far it isn't keeping it alive as Xenox does come back online. Now the Bellbringer actually sending it right back to him, and this is not what you want to see if you're a Chikara Kittens fan, as they're currently getting rolled right now. The elusive being evaded for Breakson as they try to keep it alive, and Paddle and Steam Whistle trying to capitalize at the bottom corner side of core flip does find the goal, and Paddle Wave securing it means that that's game 1 for Shrimp.
Yeah, that Blubba bounce let them just get close up and personal to that core, and with that core flip, they were just able to hit that flip instantly, get the core straight down into the nice little slot at the bottom of the net, and now Shrimp is up 1-0 in this set. They're looking forward to maybe taking the second game here, and I mean, I just want to say, Otto got some incredible awakenings there. With that explosive entrance, not crazy off the bat, but after they won that first set, they just got hot shot, 1-2 punch, and then fight or flight to take themselves to the next level. I mean, that was some incredible plays. Means Wave in particular just was basically controlling that game. The best time when we saw Chikara Kittens kind of making their way, getting some progress going, it was always when Pato was gone off of the map, nowhere to be seen. So, I mean, Pato, incredible performance. Same with everybody else in this game. And I'm excited to see how they're going to play in Game 2. I'd imagine that Juno is probably not going to last for too much longer.
That Juno ban also coming out for Pato Means Wave most probably, just like how, I mean, in relation to NASA, I mean, Jay getting banned out of that Juno too. Very, very interesting, actually. I mean, Juno being such a strong midfielder, even I was told to pick her up at one point in time. I still haven't done it, but kind of just shows how Juno's a really strong character right there. I guess she scales harder than X does, but we're gonna see how Shrimp tackle this game too now that we probably know that it's gonna be banned, because Pato Wave is probably the greatest Juno player in the series right now, in the game at least. So, not counting the fact that that draft just completely went their way, it could be a ban for Chikara Kittens if they can't really deal with the Juno.
Yeah, and here we're going to be on Oni Village, though. Juno is quite good, but not nearly as insane in this little game here. So Oni Village might be a bit of a kind of no-go zone for the Juno. However, Pato Means Wave, with that incredible performance in the previous game, it's either going to just get banned out off the bat, or we're going to maybe see it again. However, the awakenings here that we got are going to be that Happy Star, the extra special, and our other awakening is going to be Catalyst here. So we're going to get all sorts of energy going, and maybe some ultimates going as well. I'm just waiting here for the first ban from Chikara Kittens, the blue team for this game. They did lose the previous one. This map pick, I believe, is Shrimp's map pick as well. So Chikara Kittens are going to hopefully have the character pressure as here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in the addition to the speed lanes making the course so much harder to touch, the Catalyst too is going to make it that much harder to defend against a core flip, especially on this very speedy map. But again, it's kind of do or die in this moment. They need to step up their game, and if it's catalyst that they need is cost, that's what they're gonna get. I mean, Kitten so far, I think they just need to. I think they're thinking of a game plan to try to potentially get Shrimp off of this pick. We'll probably get Shrimp off of the Juno pick, I think. But in turn, this map, we haven't seen it in a while. I mean, I haven't seen this in the map pool in so long.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think the website might be a little screwed up here. It's taking forever. Actually, no, never mind. We're both teams are getting a bathroom break here. However, I think some other picks that I'm interested in maybe seeing, Fox and Sox and Mako there both had those more defensive goalies played, Steam Whistle, and with those defensive goalies, we saw a lot more of a kind of offensive players trying to just push their way through those hold it down characters that we saw from both teams. So here on Oni Village, it's gonna be pretty scary because if with this Oni Village, you're gonna have both of those defensive goalies, I'd imagine. And if you pick one of the more offensive goalies, I know Merchant Lore, Vice goalie is an option here, but typically you don't see too many of those offensive goalies here. I'm interested in seeing what's going to be picked up between Steam Whistle and Fox and Sox. I'd imagine it's going to be just both those more defensive melee goalies, hold it down, keep that barrier up as long as physically possible. And it should be interesting to see what happens. Oni Village, a bit of a slower game. You take more time, you let yourself think about what's going to happen, because with those speed lanes on the sides being pretty much the only special perk of the map, there's not a whole lot of like special map-based planning that you're going to do. It's mostly just going to be an open map, trying to get that core through the other team, brute force it, and that is where those melee goalies come in super handy.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, well, both goalies in particular, Fox and Sox and Steam Whistle, they're pretty good at it. I mean, we saw that the first game at least. They were even though the points were going so quickly due to Juno Hotshot just being a complete catalyst and moving that game really on really quickly, they did hold it down really well. Steam Whistle and Fox and Sox too. As you said with the melee goalies and them picking it, I do agree that if they coming out right now with the Juno ban as well, but if you don't have enough core control on this map and you just let the core float right back into the goalies for fun, it just feels like an easy clear, because again, like the speed on the map, and it just doesn't let the brawler set up in time, and it just gives defensive goalies that's just more power in general to just do whatever they want and please, and it's really hard to just crack into the barriers.
Yeah, and both of these teams are probably going to be looking forward to the long haul, just getting their barrier saved. However, we're going to see, as you said, that Juno ban taking Pado's option just straight off the map. It got scary in the last one, and they do not want to fight that again. And we also going to see the Estelle ban coming up from Shrimp. Estelle isn't too great in the meta right now, but definitely does have her spot, and most particularly as an Oni Village character. She is really good at just pushing that core through the offending side, and while she doesn't have much damage with core control, if she can just stun the opposing goalie and forward and midfielder, it doesn't matter a whole lot. And we're also going to see that now pickup coming out from Chikara Kittens as their first pick. On the other side, for Shrimp, we're going to see the Asher and the Kazan, and then Chikara Kitten's going to pick up that Julie, and we have yet to see what's going to be picked up next. So this should be pretty interesting. What are you thinking here with characters?
Oh yeah, the Steam Whistle Asher lore is very strong with the norm skewers. Any norm skewers in chat, you definitely might have heard of this very, very prominent Steam Whistle Asher. I mean, I think he didn't drop Luna, of course. Luna is still a really good character for him, but he very much picked up Asher over the recent times I've seen him play, and he's been a beast on it in particular, and Fox and Sox going Mako too. It's going to be dominating the speed category in general, just having the secondary up, and now also with it. And oh my god, Miami Plush is screaming in joy right now. We saw a Miami pick on this map.
Yeah, and my Juno plush is very, very sad right now on the other side with that Juno ban, but I think these comps are going to be pretty big. Asher Goalie is a character that you don't see too often here as more of a normalized goalie pick. However, on Oni Village, you are going to see that Asher Goalie is super, super strong. We've seen a lot of Nassau players pick up the character for this map in particular, and we've also seen a lot of Maka playing on this map for the other side, for Chikara Kittens here. So I'm pretty excited to see how these melee goalies are going to hold it down. More particularly, though, I'm interested in what the goalie for Shrimp is going to be playing on this Asher, whether it's a Pauldrons or my personal favorite, Strike Shot, that does basically nothing for you.
I think this probably might be a Pauldron's ankle. I mean, strike shot. It doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it does much on this map because again, you're kind of just where can you send it? It's gonna be back into the goalie either way. So I feel like you should just take Pauldrons and have more fun and do more damage. Gino Ben does come out. Xenox on the Juliet too. I'm actually very curious how both of these teams will crack down on the barriers, especially the brawlers, as they're going to be the ones fighting for them. I know Oni Village is a very, very hard map as a brawler because it's either you get yelled at because you can't take the barrier, or you get yelled at because you're not in the right position, and both of those you don't really wanna be a part of.
Yeah, and especially with these goal barriers, Oni Village has this special fancy corner goal barrier, so if these goalies are prepared, they can maybe get some sneaky angles off of the back wall of their goal, and they're just going to be able to maybe get some nice saves. Kazan, though, is going to be pretty good at picking those off. However, with Xenox on that Juliet, it might be a little scary because you aren't going to be able to catch many of those throws off to the back wall. So this will be interesting here. We're getting into the first point. Shrimp is up 1-0 in games right now, and now it's up to Chikara Kittens to see if they can get this game back in their hands.
Sayemi was telling me was screaming at me to take Catalyst, and speaking of the awakenings that were taken, first off, Fox and Sox and Padomy's Wave opting for the Catalyst as well as everyone else going. Not actually, I lie, I am a fraud for some reason, but everyone's taking extra special actually, and everyone that is not the IME and Dimaka taking up that Catalyst. I definitely hear Saya scream in my ear right now. That first point goes really quickly though, as Xenox is basically carrying. I mean, he did really well in the first set, well the first game at least, and second game too is looking to be at a very strong start so far.
Yeah, and Steam Whistle going to be picking up that beautiful, beautiful strike shot. Love to see it. And so they're going to be playing a lot more range, but that also doesn't do much for their abilities. Their abilities as Asher are going to be more based on size, so you might be able to get a sneaky strike shot here and there, but ultimately you are missing out on a lot of that size coming out from what Pauldrons or the speed coming out from momentum boots would give for you. And so I think this will be a pretty big pickup. It could either make or break the game. Right now, though, I'm seeing Steam Whistle getting a little impatient in the net, going and grabbing the orb rather than just sitting there holding it down, which unfortunately is the Oni meta. And we're going to see them lose the barrier and lose that second goal for their orb.
Yeah, Shaolin kick coming in clutch right there. Juliet putting it right in yet again, as both barriers surprisingly have been falling very quickly. I mean, I kind of expected them to have a tough time cracking them, but that core flip as well, getting that second bear from Fox and Sox as well, something that you don't want to see if you're a Chikara Kittens fan, but Xenox has been holding off for the time being, taking a bit of stagger away due to tanking the enemy turret, and now Steam Whistle and Padomy's Wave a chance to strike back as well as breaks into, looking for an offensive push as the Kazan crooked leverage comes into clutch. That bottom side goal is what they need to kickstart their offense so far. First points for Shrimp.
Definitely, and unfortunately for Fox and Sox there, Breakson on that Kazan is going to be very, very happy. Kazan with that hook has a lot more range than a typical brawler has, maybe only being second to Rasmus, but either way, we don't see Rasmus on the side of Chikara Kittens, so it doesn't matter a whole lot. Breakson is able to just grab the core around the defensive side of Chikara Kittens, and so that's going to prove incredibly useful here in this game. You're going to be able to grab the core, you're going to be able to catch a lot more of those even slightly mistaken hits, and you could take full advantage of them, get some goals going.
Almost I me dash crush off the map is Xenox as he uses the core flip there. Great redirect. Mura setting him up as well. As Chikara Kittens are poised to take this first set right now, they can just easily defend against it, and every Asher player hates that one trick where the core just goes right through. as the pathway doesn't connect, and that's Chikara Kittens with their first set.
Yeah, and we saw Chikara Kittens just running out from the start of the game, just trying to rush down these barriers, getting all these goals as soon as physically possible, and we are rewarded with a Mako Twin Drive for Fox and Sox here. That's going to prove incredibly useful. We love having extra secondaries. You can just kind of hold that button down on Mako, and you're instantly able to save the core. Fox and Sox has already been holding that core down, preventing Pato and Breakson from getting too many offensive plays, and with Fox and Sox getting that twin drive, they're going to have another secondary up to just deny these cores away from their barrier and keep the defense flowing.
On the contrary, though, Steam Whistle taking up that Asher primary. I've seen many countless times where they've been able to stuff it out for the meantime, so that's a good thing as Breakson looking to capitalize right now off a double barrier from Fox and Sox. Unfortunately, will lose a barrier in the process, trying to clear it out as they're looking to kickstart their offense now, as they're trying to look for something to get it through. Now Patome's way of trying to just procure the rock into the core and try to push it through, but Breakson looking a little bit low too due to Fox and Sox's secondary too. It's looking very dangerous for them as they might be, as they kind of just have to take a very defensive position. As actually Xenox fighting the kill there. I lost my words there. As Patome's wave does fall in the meantime now. Steam Whistle on the defensive right now, as well as trying to keep it alive for the time. Be that primary working out so well as Steam Whistle breaks in, try to keep it alive. That second barrier do falling the process, and the Shaolin kick yet again finding the goal.
Yeah, and I've seen some incredible team plays coming up from Xenox and Mura in this game so far. There have been quite a few points where Steam Whistle is down, just absolutely hammering Xenox with some abilities, keeping that core away, and then Xenox doesn't care. They just send it into a primary from Mura up at the top, and it just goes straight into there. A nice, fresh cooldown as well from that Demolitionist for Xenox, and that's going to prove incredibly useful here in this game, as Xenox and Mura have just been able to keep their passing plays flowing, just enabling each other to get these plays, get these goals, and they're already up 1-0 in this set, so they're looking to take it further, get the second set, and maybe the second game in their hands, take it to a game 3.
Yeah, and the passing plays are coming online now. Patome's wave flip coming up, as well as Breakson too. They can make or break the turn of this flip, as one flip goes awry yet again. Another block by Xenox. Acting flip to the process as well. It is deflected out by Steam Whistle. One unfortunate angle there for him, as the offense seems to be starting yet again. The second barrier does fall, gets right past the secondary too, as the core is stalled out for some reason. And now Breakson still with flip against Fox and Sox, who is playing with no barriers now. Kazan has a lot of things he can do at this moment, as he just gets it right through. Almost hits the flip off, almost, but the counter flip comes out too. And there goes the goal, as Breakson sends it right through. What a great counter flip. And that sets up another point for Shrimp.
Yeah, and we're seeing Shrimp keeping themselves in the game here. They may have won that first game, and they may have lost that first set, but they are here. They are ready to shine, and in doing so, they take that first goal. Hey, they Breakson up in the top, doing some emotes, and they're working together, trying to just dismantle this defensive side of Chikara Kittens, and they're trying to do what Xenox and Mura have been doing so incredibly well, just pushing the core through the defensive line of Shrimp.
And so far, both forwards getting staggered though. Patome's wave also getting something out in the process. It's still staggered now, not staggered anymore. As Xenox and Mura look to push for this goal now. Both barriers for Steam Whistle is falling, and Asher is very susceptible to the core speed on this map. And there goes another point for Xenox, sliding it right past the primary, which was unfortunately lost in 50-50.
I have lost many a point to that Asher primary on my own side. Just, it slips right by, and unfortunately that's just something that happens with the Asher goalie. Nobody wants it to, but it does, and here we are going to see, though, they're able to hold it down for the time being. Breakson and Pato as well have been working well together, just trying to get it through Fox and Sox, who, surprisingly, something that you don't see too often, enjoys the top barriers, defending that far more than they're defending that bottom barrier, which there's always a preferred barrier for a goalie. Steam Whistle with the bottom barrier or top barrier for the stream, and Fox and Sox with that top one. Love to see it, and never going to complain.
Definitely not going to be holding down so well. Who would want to complain if you're holding it down really well? As Breakson looking really low, has to flip in the meantime, has to send it right through as the baby cage comes through as well. Breakson getting even out the flip out of Xenox too, looking for the kill too. Might find it, but she dashes slowly away from it as the point does come back to neutral right now. Mura having their flip blocked out by the Asher. Primary again as Fox still has their flip up too, another defensive precautionary measure just to make sure that doesn't come through as it does hit overtime now. Red Core coming through all the way as Xenox and Moore are trying to look for a play and does find the kill, fortunately for them, but the top spin deflecting the flip away, and now it is kind of just a counter measure as Team Muscle does also get the flip too as Xenox and Moore are trying to find that barrier, but it's just not enough as the core speed comes right through. Breakton finding the coin slot angle, bringing it to 0.5.
Yeah, and despite the loss of Pato in that game, in that point, they were able to, with the turret, they were able to just provide that pressure breaks and use that primary, the top spin to get the barrier, and they were looking very strong in terms of just getting that pressure going, forcing Fox and Sox into a situation that they didn't want to be in, opening up the barrier, and with a great strike placement from Breakson, they were able to push it through. And here they are looking to do the same thing. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscommunication there, as it's going to be an offensive side for Chikara Kittens.
Chikara Kittens and Naja are being set up really well as the second barrier does fall for Steam Muscle now. Chikara Kittens have been turning it around as of late, as they've been finding the right angles to just get it right through. Steam Missile and Pato meets Wave are desperately trying to defend against this goal here. But again, it's just Xenox. The amount of pressure that he's had this entire game has finally come to bite Steam Missile as another set go to Chikara Kittens. Xenox being MVP too. What can he possibly get out of this draft?
And out of this draft, it's looking like a very spark heavy. We got 3 of the 8 awakenings as sparks, so we're going to be able to see a spark picked up by one of the players. However, we do see a perfect form picked up for Juliet here, Xenox, and that's going to be pretty big here. You got more cooldowns, you got more dash punches, taking out the other team's forwards. However, we do also see Kazan Breakson picking up that size Might of the Colossus. I'd say Kazan is probably one of the best characters, if not the best character, with size. So you're going to have bigger strikes, you're going to have bigger everything, and you're going to be able to maybe get this core down into the net, get some more offensive plays going, and Pato as well, with that Among Titans, is going to give even more size to Breakson and have more speed for Pato as well.
So far looking so good for either team as one barrier does fall a piece, and now they're looking to capitalize off of a Shrimp, trying to find something to get Fox and Sox out of it, but she still holds on so far to speed, and the Super Surge coming into clutch right now as they're able to just walk around the map seamlessly without effort as Pato means Wave is trying to build up something. Now breaks it, almost a core flip too. Does have the core flip, actually burns it somehow, and now they don't have core flip for this barrier flip, and now Xenox does, so does Mora too, fighting the kill, first kill, means another power play coming on, second flip coming online as well, and now Pato means Wave trying to get something gun, has to flip as well, blocked up by Fox and Sox too. She also coming up on flip as well, as everything comes to a standstill, breaks and coming back online.
Yeah, and that was some incredible defense from Fox and Sox, just keeping their second barrier up and alive, and even in the face of a lot of pressure. However, they are going to have their teammate taken out, and now they and Mura have to work together, just keep the core away from their net, and that's the big piece of the puzzle here, as they're able to keep it alive. Xenox is back up now, doesn't quite get the dash punch, and this is going to be pretty big. They have all 3 teammates on the board. They're going to be able to get something going.
Yeah, now both barriers being held very tightly, basically hugging their teddy bear goodnight. Are both goalies right now trying to keep it alive. Another KO is found, this time on the goalie too. That's not what you want to see if you're a Shrimp fan. That barrier also falling as well. And Fox and Sox basically having flip as well. It means that they basically have no time to save as the Juliet dash comes out, doesn't find the barrier just yet. A Steam Missile comes back online too. Basically holding for dear life is every right now. Breaks and even burning the flip in the process, so unfortunately not being finding anything. And Mura too, looking to capitalize right now. It's a very fast point, and Chikara Kittens are very much in the green as of late right now. They've turned this game around completely.
Yeah, and that was some very strong defense though from Pato means Wave and Breakson. They were able to just keep the core away from their net with Steam Whistle taken off the map by a very well placed dash punch coming out from Xenox there. but now it's looking like Braixen might be the one getting taken off the map. First the goalie, now the brawler, and Braixen is barely managing to stay alive. But if they can hold it down, if they can keep their lives about them, they're going to be able to maybe get this first point in the set, bring the game back into their own hands, and hopefully close out this game right here, right now.
Yeah, Kazan now will be hitting really quickly that close prime. Will be sending that core red almost instantly, and Mako and Asher will have to find some way to keep this core going alive, one on offense and one on defense now, as Puddle Means Wave still has Flip on so far. Basically trying to control the game right now, hasn't been able to find a time just yet, as the core is bouncing right around. It's just with the Flame Flare, almost gets it too, but Puddle Means Wave burns the Flip on the defense too, but that second barrier does fall, it's good for them, and Xenox trying to look for something, does get the Flip off of Sea Muscle as well, and Mura still having Flip 2, has a chance to score if they can get themselves ready, as Breaks and the Puddle Means Wave push up, need to get the core out of there immediately if they want to do it, and Mura having to flip as well, means that no flips on the board for the time being, as everything comes to a standstill yet again in this very crucial overtime point.
Yeah, and Braixen has had some incredible hooks. They look like they're controlling the core as much as physically possible here. They got the hook to take the barrier down, and now they're trying to do some passing plays to themselves. They get a great hook pass, but unfortunately, it's going to go straight through that Imi turret, straight through Braixen, and get straight in the net. And now, Chigar Kittens are up 1-0 in the set, 2-0 in sets themselves, and now they're looking to maybe just bring this game home, take it to a game 3, and, I mean, they're looking to be in a very good spot for this.
Game 3 would be really core for them as Falcon Sox gets the first barrier with the core flip too. And so the second barrier fall to an unfortunate bounce for them. Means that Zix and Mura have another chance to score right here. They basically have Flip coming online, now has Flip off as well. And currently Falcon Sox just needs to procure that rocket. The core goes wide yet again. Xenox finding the angle. And that's match point for Chikara Kin to turn around and potentially a game 3.
Only one more point is needed for Chikara Kittens. They are currently 2-0 in both sets and points. They're looking to just close it out right here. We've seen Fox and Sox have some incredible defensive plays. Mura and Xenox have been working together incredibly well just to dismantle this defensive side of Shrimp. And we've seen Xenox hitting a few really good dash punches, and they're looking to maybe get a few more here in this game, just taking out the offensive side and defensive side of Shrimp to close out this final point they need in order to win the game.
And there goes Moore with fourth as well. Breaks and find the crooked leverage to send her off the map for the time being, as it's 2v3 power play now. Fox, Puddle, and Breaks need to put the pedal to the metal right now, as they basically need to confirm this barrier before Moore gets back online. Unfortunately, she does come back online, but that barrier is secured anyways now. Breakson has a chance to score potentially if they can find everything they need, but Fox also with great defense keeps it away for the time being. The core not finding the goal just yet, but Xenox with flip too, which they could be staggering, but fortunately that Mako extra strike range does it for the time being, as both barriers do fall now. Chikara Kins with a chance to score, but instead it's Puddle Means Wave to the top side, and it keeps the game on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Pato had a great flip there, was able to get it right under Breakson's maddening descent, and was able to just get that core straight through that little coin slot between Fox and Sox and the top of the gold net. Now though, Fox and Sox does have that core flip up. It's going to be pretty rough. Both goalies are going to have that one extra little piece of the puzzle to hold that core away from their net and get their goals saved away.
Moore trying to kill Puddle Means Wave there, fortunately doesn't find it for Shrimp, but instead that barrier is found too. Now Steam Whistle with flip against the Juliet too. This might be looking good so far, but Xenox with a lot of speed and a lot of core speed as well might be finding this really quickly. Shelling Kick comes through, Flip also coming through. Fox and Sox also bring the flip too, but it's blocked up by Breaks in the Army turret. Keeping it good, but it's Fox and Sox who sends it home. The Mako primary sending it right to the top side, and we will be seeing a game 3.
Yeah, that was some great pressure, and Fox and Sox using that extra little strike shot range, able to just push it straight through that defensive side. Sometimes you're looking too much at the offense of the other team, and you don't manage to look at the defense, where that primary is coming straight at your face, gonna hit that core straight in. And that was a very strong game there. It was an 18-minute Oni Village game, a pretty quick one, and a 3-0 for Chikara Kittens. I'm pretty sure that was a pretty much opposite of what we saw in the first game. between Shrimp and Chikara Kittens, where Shrimp was able to take that, I'm pretty sure, 3-0. And now, for this game 3 here, we're going to see the Gates of Obscura, which is going to be pretty big in this game.
Yeah, the Gates of Obscura is kind of just in the way Oni Village with a very unique side, so as that the portal's coming online, and first time we saw it on stream was a complete beatdown, but we're going to see if this can easily be turned around, as both teams have shown flashes of greatness on both sides of the core, offensive, defensive in particular. And Steam Missiles and Steam Missile and Fox and Sox have been holding it down really well so far. Only some things that could have gone wrong due to overtime, but they've been holding it down really well. It's basically the battle of the goalies to see who can hold it out the longest, and so far it's pretty much even.
Yeah, and we saw, I just want to say it once more, we saw Mura and Xenox working super well together, and Asher goalie is very strong on a map like Oni Village, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough for us there. And the Asher goalie, there were a few Asher bugs, love to see it. The core went straight through that, the breakthrough as well from Steam Whistle, but I mean, all in all, there were just some incredible passes between Mura and Xenox. Xenox had some great dash punches just to take out Steam Whistle. I'm pretty sure actually everybody on that map with those 4 KOs that we saw, and the 23k damage, which just shows the amount of damage, the amount of pressure they were putting on that defensive side of Shrimp.
Yeah, and the defensive pressure for Shrimp, I mean, it came to a close once they realized that Asher couldn't catch the core as quickly as the Mako can in terms of being able to access a lot of range in general, and that's what sent it home right there. They found the win con and they basically got it done, but now I want to see how they deal with this last map in particular. I wonder if the Juno's gonna still be banned here, but I wonder what Shrimp will decide to ban in this moment, because there are a lot of things to think about. I mean, as I've played against this team, I think only once. I don't think we saw a real reason to ban anything. I feel like in this moment you just have to see what can come up in the Awakenings and see what could possibly ban, but it's all up to the RNG gods to determine whether or not you can get it done, you know?
Oh yeah, and I mean, with that Juno, we saw it was so dominant in that game 1. I'm quite interested to see what the bans and what the picks here are going to be on this Gates of Obscura. Gates is a weird map for a lot of players. I don't think it's been in the map pool for too much lately, so that means that a lot of players are still getting used to how it all works, how it all runs down, and I mean, even when it was in the map pool for like months on end, I didn't understand how it worked, so Gates of Obscura is a very weird map for me and a lot of people with those portals especially. You're going to be trying to hold it down as usual here with these melee goalies, I can only imagine, but I'm interested in seeing if we're going to get that Juno ban again. First, though, we do have our Awakenings in Explosive Entrance and Siege Machine. What are you looking at here?
Oh my goodness. Explosive Siege Machine Star and Shrimp with the first pick too. They might end up taking the Mako away yet again. Shrimp and Jin respectfully banning the Asher and also banning the Juno out. I mean, how strong is that? But I think they might prioritize getting Mako with the Explosive Interest Start, and there we go, that first pick.
Oh yeah, and I mean, with that Juno ban, we're gonna see Pato off of their comfort zone once more. Their Juno just tried and true with that. So we're gonna see that Mako pick up first for Shrimp, and we're also gonna see on the other side we see that Chikara Kittens X and Estelle, which is going to be a bit of a weird comp. I can't say I'm looking forward to really seeing how these are they're going to have to try and work together really well to just push the core through. And it's a bit rough, especially against the Mako there. They're not great characters that work well together, so I'm interested in seeing how Chikara Kittens are going to be able to pilot these characters and maybe push it through that defensive side of Shrimp.
They've said it once before. I mean, flashback to my ISS qualification game where I played Estelle against Frying Pan Man's Mako. As a do becomes a whoa, wait a minute. Is this a do before it I see?
Oh my gosh. It looks like it might be. We have the Rune, we have the Dubu, and we have the Mako, all for the side of Shrimp. I'm a little concerned here. This could be pretty rough. On the side of Chikara Kittens, we have a much more manageable comp. However, with that Dubu, you are going to be able to lock it down. I can only imagine it is that Dubu forward. You're going to be able to use that ultimate, use that log, and its crazy hitboxes to just push that core into the corner and force the other team to kind of just let their Goldberger go. It blocks off basically that only clearing angle, and you can just use it pretty roughly, and you have a very good spot for yourself. So I'm very interested in how this is going to play out. On the other side, for Chikara Kittens, we have a much more normal comp, but I think Shrimp is maybe overloading with a bit of defensive characters.
So, I mean, the hate on the Dubu's lurk is crazy. I mean, speaking to the one person who plays Dubu on every Tekken game on stream, as of right now, I mean, Dubu is like also a really great character on this map in particular. I remember speaking to some people about what to ban as a forward on this map. I've heard a lot of Ashers, I heard a lot of like X's, but no one really questioned the Boo, and I'm like, wait a minute, Dubu is kind of strong, you know? I mean, just being able to knowingly place a wall that literally beats Asher was kind of fun and kind of troll as well. And breaks him with the Dubu as well. I can't wait to see how they wield this character.
Brixton has 0 competitive games here on the Dubu in ranked out of their 69 games in total. Pretty nice. But I'm interested in seeing how this is going to play. The Rune as well, very good for stuffing the core into the corner. I'd imagine we're going to see Siege Machine all across the board for the side of Shrimp here. Because you got the Rune, you got the Dubu, you got the Mako. All of these characters have a whole lot of use with their creations, and they're going to be able to make a lot of use out of it. Dubu in particular loves that extra range, and you're never going to complain about the extra duration and extra damage that comes out with that ultimate for the Dubu Tofu Fortress. And so I think they're playing very well into these starting awakenings here, as we're going to get started in this third game of the series.
I was considering something really interesting. Watch them take Expo, but I mean, they're not creative enough, I guess. But here we go. Game number 3 on this map. Very, very exciting, as the creations will be playing a big part. The corner offense immediately gets going with breaks and Potomi's wave, shoving the corner a lot more efficiently. I mean, you have Rune and Dubu, as you said before, and being able to just throw creation awakenings at the barrier for fun was something to be looking forward to. Very strong, but instead Mura and Xenox getting both barriers in the process. Normal comp actually getting something done for the time being, as they might scale up really quickly. Again, X being the very, very good scaling character, it might scale out of control really quickly if they can find this first set W.
Yeah, and Breakson has that Dubu Tofu Fortress available, but they don't have it quite yet. They're not level 2 just yet, so Mura is going to be able to just use that typical Estelle flowchart. You're going to be able to just send the core into the opposing team's defense, and with no matter how many strikes Mako may have, it's eventually going to be just sent straight through you, because Estelle doesn't even need to be standing close to you at all and can just strike the core through. But it might not matter as well if Fox and Sox is going to take that Dubu out off of the map.
The problem with Dubu in this scenario is the same as Taiko Temple as well, where people regard Dubu as a very good character, is that it's very easy to get off the map, and it seems so far as Breakson does come back online for the time being, so does Potomi's Wave, and they're back to a 3v3 neutral position as they're trying to get out the corner, and Mura has a lot of energy into this. I mean, they used the energy to evade out, but before they had so much going into it. If they did save it, they had a flip into the time being, but the Tofu Fortress coming out, slowing out a little bit more as the corner offense does get it going, but doesn't fight anything just yet. The Chikara Kittens do hold on against the Dubu Tofu Fortress and look to take another goal off.
Yeah, and that Tofu Fortress is very strong, but Fox and Sox was able to find a small little gap in between the Tofu and the wall, and they were able to keep the core away. However, it doesn't matter a whole lot now, as both teams' goals are open, and Potomi's Wave going to jump forward with that second area and get the core just straight in the net past Fox and Sox, and they're going to even up this first set here in this third game.
Party Rockers in the house coming through. I just realized, wait a minute, this might be lore accurate, but again, it's kind of funny because Party Rockers were a good team. Let's see if not Shrimp can replicate this. The Tofu Fortress comes out yet again, Sea Machine being a very, very good catalyst so far for Brayton as they're able to put it a little bit farther and actually help out a little bit more. As the roll comes in as well, Somersault blocking out the flip as well as Fakusox in a lot of trouble actually. It's not that great if you have a dude up in your face with no evade as well, not being able to clear it out just in time as Flea Missile holds on as well to flip as Puddle means Wave gets the kill as well. Flea Missile now with the flip coming out to the side. Now Fox's having to soar an angler for the time being as Mora comes up, tries to make a play, probably will get it done. The flip actually being burned out, unfortunately not finding any value as she is carried off the map again. Prolonged power play for the time being as Breakson does find the angled strike war, and that's a point for Shrimp.
Oh my gosh. I'm not really promoting the Dubu forward too much, but we're seeing a whole lot of just straight offensive plays, stray kills coming out from both Breakson and Pato. And whether or not they do have that siege machine, they're doing so much damage. They're doing a lot more damage than you'd really expect from a comp of this level. And we're already seeing just kind of their defensive characters, their creations, all just kind of keeping the core away and letting themselves take a nice easy rest in the back of their net as the core can't really even get close.
Yeah, triple goalie, I mean, you were talking earlier about how they were basically overloading on the defensive side of things, but it's going well so far. They've held that barrier down for a while now as Breakson with the Tofu Fortress tries to get it out. Does get it out in time, though Bakusak won't be punished for hitting it right into the Tofu Fortress, and now Breakson and Automy's Wave need to find something to come up here. Only 8 seconds left until we head into overtime. As Breakson looking to make a play here, will flip it as well and doesn't find any value there. I think the Somersault will catch the close up too, and unfortunately won't connect as looking to get it done. Now overtime means that core will be going really quickly, really fast, and a lot of creations, especially runes, and Mako's extra big strike will be coming into play here.
Yeah, and we have seen Chikara Kittens able to save it away for now, and we also see Breakson taken low, marked as basically staggered here. Now they're just trying to kind of take this game, try and stay alive against these creations from the side of Shrimp.
I think Jakara Kitten's game tries to just not let Dubu and Rune set up, which they have been doing a good job so far as they find the second barrier as well. Even the piercing shot almost coming through, but the core goes way too quickly. Valkenstock's not being able to save it, and now goal barriers open for both sides. Now Valkenstock's put in a very tough spot. They have to defend against so many options now. The core is being stalled for now. As Breakson trying to get there, he would have almost got that if he was supposed to have interest. The core goes wide, goes through both portals in the meantime. As Breakson is trying to push it right through it, through the Dubu wall. Oh my goodness.
They say the best offense is a good defense. It might be swapped around, but it doesn't matter as Shrimp has just had so many incredible creations, have just been able to play their game whether or not they have any incredible characters for the map, which, I mean, this Dubu, it's looking really strong here, as we are going to see a hotshot pickup actually from Atlas for Fox and Sox, which I think I would have liked to maybe see Shrimp, Automy's Wave picking that up. It can prove pretty scary here. However, we do see a Stagger Swagger keeping that life away from the side of Chikara Kittens. We see that stacks on stacks for Steam Whistle, and they're going to have so much more speed. I think, honestly, this draft could go either way.
Draft is definitely going to go either way, actually. I feel like all these picks from both teams are very strong in their own right. I mean, there is a lot of pressure for Fox and Sox with the Atlas and being able to hit just so much in general. Because, you know, with the size as well as the dash too will be so strong. As well as the cooldowns. I mean, everyone got a piece of the draft and it's really comforting to see now. But we're heading into this point very quickly with Automy's Wave on side with them being staggered. Almost dies in the process too. Unfortunately doesn't get clipped.
Yeah, and now we're seeing just a really defensive-oriented game. Both teams, as you said, got quite good awakenings, and now I think we're trying to see Shrimp just staying here, taking their game as they want it to happen. With that stacks on stacks as well, you're going to be able to have a lot more speed. You want to build that up if you're Steam Whistle, and I mean, with these creations, you can stall out the game as much as you want. They are in no rush to get this core into the other team's net. They can take that time, they can take that effort, and I mean, if they're able to just take their time, get their cooldowns up, they don't really need to worry too much about this fight, because they'll have the creations they get to stall for as long as they really want.
Every flip coming through the kitchen sink right here as Braixen tries to push it through Foxensock, so unfortunately not being able to find anything. Finally does get something with a good strike down as Seamlessle is putting up for the time being, as Braixen trying to find the combo, does get it with the primary and sends it right through this very crucial overtime point. 1-0 for Shrimp as they head into the second set.
Yeah, that full roster of Shrimp getting that credit for that goal there, and now we're just seeing Steam Whistle has their stacks just building and building, and now they're at 150 stacks, they're full stacks, they have all the speed in the world, and with that secondary, their teammates are going to have all that speed in the world as well, as they're able to just run around, play their game, and banish as many people as they want. Not quite taking the first barrier yet, though.
Braixen and Automeans Wave trying to get themselves into that corner position where the creations do hold strong in that regard, but so far Foxensock has been able to keep it alive, and so will Xenox as he finds the kill onto Braixen right now. That Dubu not really the greatest in terms of living due to size, as Mura, Foxensock, and Xenox are trying to find something to get it done. But so far they've been holding strong as Braixen comes back online, does the kill on Mura as well. The log into the log basically kicking her right into the position to be killed, as Xenox and Foxensock have flipped and had to keep her away from Puddle Meets Wave at Braixen at this moment.
Yeah, and Braixen getting a bit angry there, taking that rage, turning it into a nice fresh kill on Mura to open up some more offensive opportunities for the side of Shrimp here. And as we see that Dubu forward going to prove itself once more, as they open up the barrier of the other side, however, with a great lineup from Mura, Shikara Kittens is going to get that first goal in this set.
Yeah, great lineup by Mura there. It capitalized on the fact that Steam Whistle was pushed up for that moment to try to get something done. And now it's back to the corner offense for Braixen as they do secure the first barrier with Puddle Meets Wave putting on the pressure for Xenox to not get killed in this moment. But again, it's all about attrition here. They need to find a way to fight through all these barriers, fight all through the creations, and fight all through the strike force, as Braixen and Puddle Meets Wave with speed are trying to set up this corner offense again, but the defense does hold strong for the time being.
Yeah, and that defense is going to be a super big thing here, and if you're able to just keep the core away from the other team, if you're able to just hold the core, hold the goal down, now both of the flips have been wasted, and you're able to kind of feel a bit more comfortable in your own net. You're not going to have to try nearly as hard. They don't have a flip up, and oh god, that's pretty scary. The Dubu walk lighting with the other amazing ability in that Atlas secondary.
Fortunately, Foxensock did find the angle to get it out, and that saved them the goal. And now Xenox back to position. Fortunately, does get killed by Braixen with a great somersault, and now Shrimp back in the driver's seat as they're able to take cool control of the goal box of Foxensock and puts it right in. Dubu Party Rockers in the house, basically putting it right in the spirit of them living on.
Yeah, and we're seeing just such a dominant performance coming out from Shrimp here. They took that first game, they were happy, they won pretty quickly, and then that second game, they lost not too easily. But now they're back in full force in this third game. A bit of that weird comp as we've been saying. But I mean, hey, they've gotten the first barrier down on the side of Shikara Kittens, and even with Braixen taken out, they don't lose anything. It's mostly just a stalemate in that midfield line, and now Braixen has their full cooldowns available. Is going to hopefully open up this barrier here, open up the net for the side of Shikara Kittens.
Everyone's getting complacent and it is very dire to win second set here. As Foxensock gets baited out by Braixen. Now Braixen with full control right now, even though they aren't dead just yet. They have so much control, just being the Dubu in the Atlas's face, and it's basically giving Foxensock a hard time of thinking what to do as Mura decides to flip it out to the bottom side on the defense now, and the portal plays are going massive right now. Steam Whistle still having that flip online, keeping control of everything so far as the somersault comes in, almost gets it though. Foxensock able to clear it away just in time as they hold on to no barriers, as they're desperately trying to get it through the Braixen. The power of the Dubu, the log, setting it right there for the confirm, bringing Shrimp up another set.
Yeah, and now with that 2-0 up over Chikara Kittens, Shrimp is looking nice and fine here. I think we're gonna maybe see, I don't know, Castellas, Twin Drive actually going to be taking that away, preventing Fox and Sox from getting yet another defensive option here. However, we do see that missile propulsion coming out for Fox and Sox. Another great awakening for Atlas. You're gonna have so much more range, makes it so much easier to just get the core past the other team's forwards when they can't even approach you with it. And now Shrimp is going to be in potentially their final set of the series. They're looking to just close out this game right here, guarantee themselves a spot in the top 3, and take it right over Chikara Kittens.
Interestingly enough, Steam also not going for the second dash awakening too, try to make Breakson and Puddle a lot stronger in terms of speed. But it doesn't really matter if Xenox is looking really low, and now Steam also and Breakson looking to work that bottom side, but due to the map's various amount of pillars and plays that will go on, it doesn't seem to be the case, as the core is being stalled out for the time being to get Xenox back to full HP. Now knocked around is Xenox, but breaks it with core flip too. We'll hold on for the time being, as Xenox is back online right now with Mura trying to put it in. The banish coming out as well and putting Xenox back down. It just feels so oppressive with the rune in your face, almost banishing you all the time, but that's what you need to work with. That's how he's way to the bottom side and breaks it. Doesn't even need to flip, as Tofu Gorn just confirmed as well. And that's another point for Shrimp. 2 more to go before they're put in the top 3.
Yeah, that quick core speed coming out from Steve Whistle's 1-2 punch just sent it straight up to Breakson, and that puts you in a pretty bad spot if you're the goalie of the other team. Fox and Sox in that scenario was put in that 50-50 and couldn't quite save that goal, went down when the core went up, but it is all good here as they're just trying to get their foot back in this game, push it through that door, keep themselves here in this finals. And now they are going to see a bit more pressure. That flip going to be really strong in order to keep the goal away.
Mora looking really low herself now, will be staggered, even somersaulted off the map. Another power play for Shrimp, a dire one in fact, as one bear is still standing for Falcon Sox and having to just play the waiting game to try to win everything out. Every Dubu ability is coming out for the time being, as Mura does come back online, now has to push up and potentially fill the void of what there seems to be a lacking offense in terms of everything, as Breakson decides to get frisky with the core, almost gets it through the banish, being able to stall it for the time, and now Breakson and Mura trying to battle it out almost. It feels like they're having a very hard time getting it past each other in this moment, as the Bowringer finds the barrier unfortunately, and now in overtime with a lot of core speed is Steve Muscle and Fox and Sox. Another goalie battle, as it's whoever can hold it down first, and it seems to be that Fox and Sox is holding it down for the time being, as Steve Muscle is basically saving everything that's being thrown his way.
Yeah, Steam Whistle had amazing recognition there to use the second area, use that little wind box that Mako has in order to push that core away, even with the flip right in their face. And now Shrimp is looking very strong here and just takes out that midfielder for the side of Chikara Kittens, and it's looking pretty rough here. If Breakson is able to just win that strike war, as we see right there, that's going to close out that point. And now match point for Shrimp, serious point for Shrimp. Chikara Kittens has to do something here, or else they'll be knocked out of the tournament.
Very, very close game. Everything on the line. The nerves getting really high right now, as both teams are looking to close it out right now. Xenox getting knocked off the map, which is unfortunate for him, as Breakson and Padomi's Wave decide to set up the corner offense now. Banish coming through, one barrier found. Breakson not flipping for the second barrier too. I mean, for now, Xenox will be able to come back alive, and Mura also trying to hold it down for now. But so far, it's looking so dangerous. The corner offense hasn't been finding anything for that matter. Fortunately, Steve Muscle does have their barrier taken, and that's good for Chikara Phoenix. If you're a Chikara Phoenix fan, not even a Chikara Phoenix fan actually, I am a liar, but it doesn't even matter as the Kittens do find another barrier and another goal for that time, as Paddle Means Wave does fall, and now unfortunate series of strikes happening there. Steve Muscle losing that second barrier and also losing the flip as well, and Zix and Mura have a chance to score here. Can they do it?
Yeah, there was some great offensive pressure. They did take out Pato, but unfortunately it's not quite enough, and Steam Whistle and Breakson working together very well in order to keep the goal out of their net and keep themselves here in this point. Incredible ult coming out from Steam Whistle with some insane defense throughout the entire thing, but unfortunately not quite able to hold it down there. We see some more life coming out from Chikara Kittens, and I mean, they have a very good opportunity, very strong opportunity to bring themselves back, do the reverse 3-0, pull that off, and get this game back in their control.
But the energy department looks so weak for Chikara Kittens right now. They don't have any energy up for this upcoming point. As now Steve Muslim Potoma's wave trying to fight off the corner offense won't be able to, as both barriers are found, and this might be what Chikara Kittens need to finish this off. As they're basically trying to fight everything they can. Even gets the kill on Potoma's wave too. A spark is coming in and it might be strong.
Yeah, and I mean, with that kill on Pato, that's going to be less energy for the side of Shrimp, as well as that wasted flip. Now, with all these kills, all this damage coming out from Xenox and Mura, this is what we want to see here for them to get back in the game. Ooh, great ult. And now, with the flip, Fox and Sox is going to be able to save it away. And now we're looking pretty close here.
And there we go. Great KO by Xenox. Lets Mura hold the flip in time. And we're going to a 0.5, a dire 0.5 in that matter, as Chikara Kittens will be knocked out if they can't convert here, but so far the reverse sweep does seem possible right now.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Chikara Kittens. They either need to close this set out here and now, keep themselves in the game, or this is where their run ends. But so far they do have the energy advantage over the side of Shrimp. They're going to be able to use that flip pretty soon here. Xenox with basically that full 4-flip bar up, and they don't even need it to take down that second barrier. Open up the goal side for Shrimp, and now it's just up to the defensive line of Chikara Kittens, keep the core away, and get themselves this final goal that they need in the set.
Xenox with the flip to the top side, almost finds it though. Great save by Potoma's wave, does keep it alive. And now Mura and Xenox are looking for that chance, looking for that play, and they do find it, the piercing shot, connecting with Steam Whistle. And now Chikara Kittens, they have a chance to turn it around. They went 3-0 in that set right there, and Xenox being MVP has so much to choose from actually.
Yeah, they kept their heads in the games. In the game, they went down, I'm pretty sure 2-0, but they're still here, they're still kicking, and now they've taken their first set this game, and Xenox is rewarded with that specialized training, with that built different, and Might of the Colossus as well, stacking. That's going to be incredibly powerful. You're going to get so much damage going on that X. On the other hand, though, we do see that rapid fire pickup for Mako, for Steam Whistle. That's going to be proving pretty useful here, as they have more cooldowns, more primaries to use.
Refreshing that set now is Chikara Kittens, as they're looking to bring it back to a standstill, maybe even out the game, as Mura is taking a little bit low, is healed by the Atlas Res. And back to the drawing board, our Chikara Kittens, they figured out the team plan of Shrimp, but can they do it again? The corner offense is working well for both teams, but can they keep the stability going?
Yeah, and now it's all up to this side of Chikara Kittens. They do have the energy advantage, they have a flip up, they have a lot of energy on their side, but it's all a matter of what can they do with it. Can they open up this goal barrier? No barriers have been dropped yet, and now, I mean, it's just a race to see who's going to open up that first barrier, who is going to open up the first net in this set.
And fortunately for them, the Dubu wall does connect right in time, as it basically is coming into overtime. Basically fighting is Shrimp right now. Overtime is kicking in now, but breaks in basically everything to fight for, and Fox Sox everything to fight for, as well as the Atlas Expanse comes through, saves the goal, and now Xenox and Mura, they're fighting an uphill battle. They have it, the core speed is going to really get to them, as they aren't able to have any chances, but I might have just cast a cursed right there. Xenox and Mura teaming up to find that second barrier too. The core is going so fast, and that somersault giving them that notion of speed, just completely stopping it, and breaks in another goal for the Dubu.
Yeah, it breaks in great recognition, stopped that core right in its tracks, and put Fox and Sox in a very scary spot against that 50-50 on that defensive line. However, Breakson has been doing a really good job with Pato as well, just pushing that core forward and using those constant stream of abilities of creations to just keep the core on the defense in front of the defensive side of Chikara Kittens.
That X is getting completely shut down, it feels like. Once they get the core in Xenox's hands, it's immediately knocked away by Powder Means Wave and Steam Missile, and Brixton even trying to look for the kill on Xenox too, almost finding it as well. But so far, the corner offense holds strong as Mura confirms it with the Crystal Thorns, and now Fox and Sox has a chance too, uses the flip as well as Xenox heads to the bottom side. 0.3 coming out, tying the game. This is so close. That X has scaled massively.
Yeah, Xenox seeing all of these 50-50s that Brixton is putting their goalie in, and now doing it to Steam Whistle on the other side, taking their massive size. The double size topped off with a great Among Titans from Mura, and they're able to just force Steam Whistle this time into that 50-50, and now they're trying to do it again as the first barrier goes down for the side of Shrimp, and it's looking pretty scary for Shrimp.
Yeah, not a lot of people play it. Still on the ace of the fact that no one can really time a Crystal Thorns hole, which is how it happened with Steam Missile, and also the Rose Warp as well. Find the second barrier, and Xenox with a lot of pressure ends up flipping into air, and now all the pressure is almost gone for Steam Missile, and he doesn't need to really worry about anything except for something that's maybe coming up in the meantime. But breaks the Powder Means Wave. They have a chance to put it around right now as the banish comes through. The evade also comes through too, the core flip being wasted, and now Powder Means Wave, the only person with core flip left. Can they make a difference when it comes to taking both goal barriers here?
Maybe, but what does make a difference here is Mura with that primary catching Steam Whistle off guard, pushing it straight through, and now they're going to go up 2-1 in the set. They might be able to just close this out as soon as possible. They lost those first two sets. Now they're looking to bring it back, get a reverse 3-0 on the side of Shrimp, and they're looking to be in prime position in doing so.
This is definitely reminiscent that Chikara Phoenix, well not Phoenix, but Chikara Kittens are the more stronger team. The team that has been lasting a lot longer than Brixton, Steam Whistle, and Powder Means Wave, as both barriers do fall for them. They've been in the clutch gene once before, they could be in the clutch gene yet again as the core flip goes wide, and it's Fox and Sox who scores with the core flip and portal play. And now we're on to a set 5.
A great flip, a great portal from Fox and Sox. They're going to get the MVP for the set from that flip there, from that goal. And now we got some crazy awakenings here coming up. Xenox might be pretty late in draft, but does have 2 different size awakenings up. We do see the perfect form going up to Atlas here, and this could be pretty big. Atlas has more cooldowns, more of a lot of stuff. Same, Primetime going to Estelle there is going to be big as well. And you know what's also big? It's going to be that X with that big fish, having that triple size topped off with that Among Titans size. This is a massive X, almost as big as possible, missing like just a few. So we're going to see a massive X here, and this could be very scary for the side of Shrimp.
X is definitely skill with the amount of things that's been getting as the X Maximus takes another barrier, takes a second one too, as Breaks and Steam Whistle are struggling to get something going. That 13-second point just shows how big this X is scaled. I don't even know if I can count correctly, but that's just a lot of size.
Yeah, I mean, this X is a massive character, big as pretty much like 2 or 3 of the characters on the field combined, and now we're seeing it come out in full force. You get that extra power as well from that Might of the Colossus as well. You got all that size, all that power, and you have so many more opportunities to do damage to the other team. It's pretty crazy. However, here we are going to see not too much damage coming out, as Xenox and Mura are just trying to work together, get these barriers down on the side of Shrimp.
In particular, and this X is 80% bigger, and the X Maximus is doing so much damage, fighting both barriers too. And it's looking very dire as Steam Whistle's taken off the map too. This is not what you want to see, as Brayton has this play defense and technically has to core save and Powder Means Wave as well, but Xenox and Mura, they're inching ever so closely to taking this next point away as they build. As Xenox in particular has the core from 2, does get banished, but doesn't really matter as they can't really capitalize off of it. They have to definitely use all of these cooldowns on the offense to try to get something going, but so far, as overtime sets in, there's not much you can do with the core speed, and even though X isn't really that good to deal with core speed, he can definitely just catch it with the size he has.
Yeah, but that size might not be able to get the core to you directly. the defensive capabilities of all these characters on the side of Shrimp between all the creations are going to be able to keep it away for the time being. But Xenox with that massive X once more, using that X Maximus as well, just forcing the core straight through Steam Whistle's defense. And this could be right here a reverse 3-0 for Chikara Kittens to close out this series, close out Shrimp's chances of making it to the finals.
And Shrimp dropping the double parry means that Xenox is able to slide it right in! And that's a complete reverse sweep! Xenox and Mora got it done! And Chikara Kittens are officially banned from OSAS, as well as Senko's Beloved Loves and Scandalous now. And I can't wait to see the finals. I mean, this is heated.
Yeah, Pato means Wave, breaks in, and and we saw Steam Whistle as well, made an incredible performance. However, Chikara Kittens just didn't let themselves lose. They took Fox and Sox, Xenox, and Mura. They worked incredibly well together and just were able to close out so many barriers, so many goals, just keep that pressure flowing. And with X getting bigger and bigger and bigger with the passing of each set, each draft period, I mean, that was a pretty crazy reverse 3-0. Chikara Kittens were able to just close it out, get their win, and oh my gosh, great plays from both teams. Incredible playing from Chikara Kittens. Shrimp, very strong performance, even though they weren't quite able to close it out.
I mean, high key, the call out from Patat there did bring it back to life. That reverse sweep coming to clutch, and that is the top three. We have our top three finalists here, and we'll be back to the losers finals soon. Right after this short momentary break, we'll be changing casters.
Hello everyone, we're back with a bit of ISS here, and because of time constraints, we're gonna go a little bit crazy. We're streaming both games at the same time. Whoa.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit wild tonight, so hold on to your hats, folks.
Yeah, we're gonna be focusing on our first matchup though. That one is Texahomies versus GGSS. Of course, we've seen a lot of familiar names here. Mike Kotick has been on this stage before, Disrespect as well. And on the other side, QI Jacob and Konkai One quite familiar. This is gonna be a wild one.
Yeah, in more ways than one. We're already starting out from the looks of things on Clarion Test Chamber, which is kind of coin flip regardless of who you are. Yeah, that one's personally I think is going to be a fun one. Like you said, we all know what Zenith can do, especially on, like you say, he breaking out that Kai, so that's going to be fun for certain definitions of the word fun. But that Rasmus Atlas, not unexpected. Oh, excuse me, the Kazan, still not
my
bad.
my bad. My mic was cut.
Oh,
I'm back now. Help. Okay, well, there's a ton of
Well,
silence
people-
for no reason, but we're back. But yeah, P-Flare, what are your thoughts? The Luna showing up finally. I know that's a pick you're always excited about.
Yes. However, here's the thing about it. This is Luna on Clarion Test Chamber. I think that can work. Definitely not like the worst pick for a Luna goalie, if I'm recalling correctly. The goal is not like super. It's not super wide. You don't have that massive of a gap for it. No. So Luna can get around a little bit more effectively than she would on some other ones. But at the same time, it's still Luna. You still have to really know how to pilot the character.
Yeah, and so far, Jacob getting one barrier, but also taking a ton of damage here. That is something you have to watch out for when the Juliet's in your face. Synthix piloting the Asher and Texahomies. They got a bit of a weird comp, right? They got the double brawler in here.
Yeah, they certainly have a bit of an odd one, but hopefully they can kind of use that and use the weirdness of basically the Arita to their advantage is what I'm trying to get at.
Yep. GGSS get it done immediately here. That's the first goal going in for them. And Vice is also a pick that has dropped off a lot in recent times. We see barely any of it. And what are your thoughts on Eleanor getting a lot of damage in with that pick?
Honestly, I'm not too much surprised. We know that Vice can really rack up the damage if you very give an inch, take a mile sort of character.
Oh.
From my experience, kind of, yeah. So if they can really, again, it's kind of like that Luna. If they can really pilot that Vice and just make sure that they're constantly around in the thick of things. I mean, Rocker, Mosh Pit. It makes a whole lot of sense. If they stay in the thick of things, like kind of like that, then it's just going to be fodder.
Disrespect though, that's a little brave. Dash punching into your own net while the core is there too. But GGSS, they managed to keep the core alive there. And now they're pushing forward for the goal. Good defense coming in from the Kazan as well. But Disrespect's not making this one easy as the core keeps bouncing. But Disrespect also very low. One rocket might do it. And if you get hit into the bumpers, you really just explode. Mycotic, though, barely missing the strike shot. A little unfortunate as it's tied up.
just slightly out of range there. And you could definitely see that Kira Jacob was really going for that aforementioned rocket. So if they can kind of like improve that aim a little bit and keep that up, yeah, they're going to be a very scary threat in the backfield, especially when they're going to be dropping, like Raider Makers and probably occasionally like dashing in to provide some sudden third-person support.
Oh, and that's disrespect going down again. Syntix becoming massive here. Big opportunity for the Asher, but there's no evade on the Asher. Takes a good chunk of damage, but still pushing forward, putting a lot of pressure onto Mycotic. Flipped away by Eleanor. One barrier going down, and Syntix so incredibly low still. Barely on one evade right now. Good dodge away from the astral projection, and the Asher staying alive is bad news for the open net of GGSS.
Yeah, and it's good that the Kazan is trying to play a little bit of the secondary goalie at the moment, just because of the current formation of the test chamber, allowing for a lot of different angles of approach that Luna may not be able to either carry or catch as much as they want. And look at that, allowing Synthetics to push ahead while they provide some backline support.
Yeah, trying to find a bit of a goal and does succeed on the other end. QI Jacob, of course, very, very happy when the team could maintain possession, keep the core forward. That's going to be the goal here. Mycotic playing the meta melee goalie is going to have to defend a lot longer for the team to be able to make it past the Luna. And whoa, a lot of knockback onto Syntix, but still surviving is the Asher. And once again, as the passing plays come through, the Kazan dropping back to help defend Konkai Wen, making it very difficult for the side of GGSS. Mycotic barely making the saves. Really good offensive try by Jacob there.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with that Luna just being able to suddenly show up and be like, hey guys, what's going on up here? And she can be a threat, especially if you aren't prepared for her. But and that goes double for like how Kazan can just redirect the core and make sure that any possible like attacks on the goal can be sustained even once like the Luna has done their job.
Speaking of doing your job, Luna flying in, QI Jacob with the goal, and that's a set win for the side of the Texas homies.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly really liking how they are all playing as a unit. They all know the game plan. They all seem to have a very solid idea of what their win condition is, what they want to do, where everybody needs to be. At least that's what I'm seeing from just like this early set. And you can kind of see they all know exactly what awakenings they want to go for. We've got the Asher with that big fish, making themselves even more imposing. That missile propulsion is going to pay a lot of dividends for Luna. And Spark of Resilience for Kazan, that makes sense. Kazan has been getting kind of like pushed around here and there, so it makes sense they want a little bit of resilience. And maybe even start with a Spark build. Who knows? Maybe they're feeling froggy.
Yeah, but let's swap over to the other game for just a second here.
Sure, by all means.
All right, it's getting a little crazy here, but in the other game, we're getting a little bit of Mike Mart action. Of course, Zenith, the veteran player who shows up for Collegiate as well. This is a bit of a Collegiate team on the blue side here. That's the Fuel Head. Shakara Phoenix on the red side, aptly named, thanks to their color, a little bit more associated that way. Finding a big opportunity is Shakara Phoenix to open up the barriers, but again, this open net, this Kazan is going to do so much work from up and down.
Yeah, Kazan in general is just a unholy terror on these bigger maps, just because that's so much more area that the defenders need to cover. And with, honestly, both Rasmus and Kazan's ability to redirect the core nearly at will, that allows for just a lot more mind games and a lot more pressure that's just psychologically put on their opponents. So on this kind of map especially, very scary.
Yeah, but the Juno and the Rasmus are no slouches either when the map is open, when the core speed is fast. And right now, everything seems fast here. The two melee goalies desperately trying to defend one barrier on Oni Village. That's a map we don't see too often, right?
No, it really isn't. A lot of players seem to want to prefer things a little bit more intimate, let's say. A little bit more closed in.
Yeah, this match might go long, especially since we're seeing a bit of a comeback here. coming out from the side of Chikara Phoenix, but their barriers are down. A passing play up to Zenith, looking to close it out with a barrage, perhaps, but flipped away by Mike Mart. Equal equations, misses a strike, but the barrier still stands. And now it is still the Fuelheads standing strong.
Ooh, and just Mike Mart just out of range. They do still manage to get up. Point do Fuelheads. Very close on both sides, really. Core just barely missed that bottom barrier for Chikara. So that's got to be something that they're going to want to like shake off.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit rough for them, especially because they're dealing with the Juno quite well, right? They're really containing a lot of the slimes, making sure that Azrael can't play to their full potential here. And as long as they can get the passing plays, they can get around Mike Mart.
Yeah, and especially when they kind of like sucker him into positions like that, did up and down, just managed to push him away, got almost a good solid clean break on the goal, and from then it was just like a quick 1-2. Very, very nice. Almost textbook, really.
Yeah, and it almost feels like they weren't even down 2 points with how they're playing this. They're playing these points so precisely, the passing plays, the Kai barrages, the Kazan hooks, and forcing Azrael away from the walls where Juno is the strongest, trying to push into those speed lanes. The pressure is just so incredibly constant from this Fuelheads team.
Yeah, and it almost doesn't make sense like on paper, but then you realize exactly what all three of these characters can do, and you realize, oh wait, no, they are actually really good at essentially shutting down the game plan of Juno. Like, just because of how Juno operates, and always wants those slimes going up, and you saw like just how it got taken out again. They're really good at basically just shutting down Azrael and just not letting them play, because we all know that like when Juno gets her slimes up, gets all that gear up, she can be like a very, very smothering presence from just about anywhere on the field. So the fact that they have been able to neutralize that gameplay is just very impressive on their front.
Yeah, but they're facing a bit of a crisis here. The barrier still stands for Mike Mart. No barriers on the other end, and that Juno's going to have a field day in overtime. Our other games potentially on its final set as the Texas homies are looking strong, but we're not going to go to that just yet. Friendly Taco with a snipe down, making it 1-1, and I think it's time to swap back over.
Right, we can already see that like they've got one down. We got one down on each side, so this one is still very fierce.
Yeah, QI Jacob, look at that build, by the way. A Deadeye missile prop among Titans, so much speed and so much damage. Eleanor in disrespect, no meter available. The next crater is going to be devastating.
That is a very energetic little girl running around. Do not get in that one's way.
Absolutely. And Eleanor and disrespect, still no evades available. That crater is on a timer here, but disrespect in position. One dash punch might do it with one barrier remaining. Big opportunity, but the crater used defensively, and the barrier still stands for Jacob.
Yeah, barrier still stands. Very, very good for it, but also they got rid of that crater maker, which, you know, allows them to breathe a little bit easier for, you know, a few more seconds, which is, unless that happens, rocket to the face, that's gonna ruin anybody's day. But for the most part, it does seem like they're taking care of this whole defensive issue surprisingly well, and it's just they need to find a way to like break through is the problem.
But breakthrough is the Texas homies' name right now. Syntix staying alive, barely surviving as he's sent across the entire map. And Kong Kai Wen will capitalize, one goal away from closing this one out here.
Yep, they just need to keep pushing, keep the pressure up, and Tex will have it.
Yep, so close to doing so. And on this variant, with how congested it is, that Asher's going to have a very easy time completely controlling the midfield, putting down the pass splitter to do damage to the center. Now absolutely massive, looking to dash punch here. That's an elusive bird. If they have a crater maker, that would be huge here. And forcing out an elusive, but if it was on disrespect, that would have been a KO perhaps.
Quite possibly, but sometimes you just gotta, you know, like, take what you can take, especially with the crater maker. It can be tempting to want to use it to KO, and honestly, even in that situation, I could definitely see the reason being made for it, but sometimes you just gotta kind of, like, get people off of the core. so your folks can get to it. It's one of those. It's one of those judgment calls that's hard to make in the time.
Yeah, Jacob on the top side. Oh, that Syntax going down, though. And with the Asher gone, a big opportunity. The goal opened up, still being saved by Konkai Wen, though. Disrespect has the speed. The passing plays to the bottom side. The core speed, not enough. They're being a little bit too direct on these offensive opportunities as the core continues to rocket forward, and the power play has ended.
Yeah, that almost. I almost want to say, like, they shouldn't have been able to save that simply because of how absurd that speed was and just the angle of going. Oh, just bad ricochet angle.
Yeah, but if you're a GGSS, you'll have to take those, right? You'll take anything you can get when you're this far behind. The start of a comeback, perhaps, but this variant is so awkward for them. It is so easy to die when there's a Luna with so much damage on the board. Disrespect trying to get the barrier early, but Syntax helping out on defense. This is an Asher midfield we're looking at, honestly.
Yeah, and so far actually working out pretty solid. But yeah, occasionally with that Luna just like rocketing in and causing a lot of trouble, it can cause a lot of problems for them. Not that they don't seem to be navigating it right now. They are controlling the core, and they seem to be trying to look for a breakaway spot. But it's just hard because that Asher midfield is just so imposing.
Yeah. Oh, flip forced out of Mycotic to the other side of the world it goes. Flame Flurry to the top side, looking for another opportunity. And another bounce off the center. Oh, and Eleanor finds the goal as Jacob barely misses on the dash read. It's 2-2 now, and the comeback's looking a lot more realistic.
Yeah, it might just happen. And on this variant, it's kind of like a 50-50. Invisibility is pretty nice, and that can be surprising at times when they really don't want to be surprising. But what also is surprising is that Crater Maker and that death. Not great for Texas homies, and they're going to need to try and like survive this. They're having trouble already.
Yeah, Honkai One's fighting themselves using that open primary a lot near the edge, and that is so easy to KO, right? If it's a dash punch, if it's a supernova, any ability will honestly do. That ability is so laggy, and a Strike War win by Disrespect. Wow, big turnaround by GGSS.
Very. I honestly think what happened there was Jacob did not expect the Kazan to lose that Strike War and kind of went up a little bit too far.
Yeah, let's swap back though, because the action's heating up on the other end.
Yeah, definitely. So on this end of things, you can see we have some interesting awakenings. We have that rapid fire on the Zenith on the Kai, Stagger Swagger on Kazan, Castellas on Dubu. That's going to be dangerous. And among Titans for the Juno, one of the things that I'm noticing a lot, and you can kind of see that Azrael is basically being allowed to play the game a little bit more just because of that speed that they have and just allowing them to get around a lot more of the offense, it seems like. So that's already a concern. So they're going to have to play a lot more carefully is my thing.
Yeah, definitely a little awkward here with the melee goalies in Oni Village overtime. This game's going to go long, even though there's only one set potentially remaining. We might have to switch back. Not quite yet, though.
Yeah, you can definitely see that this one, they are fighting for this one. Nice like stuffing the flip there right at the end. So it's going to be a little bit of a hard one. They do have the goal open though, so they're going to need to want to like push this before anything else can happen, and they do.
Yeah, big goal here. The Fuelheads are looking to close this one out before any more shenanigans happen. But it's not going to be easy, right? There's still so much more Omega Strikers to be played when it's Oni Village. Zenith, though, a little late on the reactions. But again, it's just the first barrier on Oni Village. This point is nowhere near over yet.
Yeah, no, like, got caught sleeping a little bit there, but that's not the end all be all of it. That said, I do want to say that, you know, like Chikara has been in this position before. They have been in this position before. They will probably be in this position again. They know how to navigate the stress. They know how to keep their cool. So I'm honestly not counting them out just yet. I'm really not.
Yeah, up and down to Zenith, looking for an opportunity, but the Giga Blast absorbed by the core and the Tofu Fortress once again. On the other POV, wow, they're making the comeback, GGSS, but we're not going to swap yet because this game could end here if the Fuel Heads continue. Wow, it really is Oni Village, huh?
Yeah, that's Zony Village. That's really, you can't really say too much about that, no. But Phoenix do get that second barrier, so hey, if they're gonna end up starting a comeback of their own, they want to say we can do it too, then now's the time. Wicked, it's like Wicked catch on the ricochet for a shot on goal. Doesn't quite get it though. Very nice though. It's been crazy already.
And the core speed's picking up. Friendly Taco trying to get a hand on it. Mike Mar lost the barrier earlier with so much core speed coming out from the Kazan, and up and down shooting opportunity. Not enough core speed from just a raw strike. And now the Kai Barrage, an important tool, forced out as well. In equal equations, tries to send it right into Friendly Taco, who will say thank you as they get the goal.
Wow, just a beautiful, beautiful. I believe that was the secondary.
Yeah, the Whiplash.
Whiplash.
Oh, but we need to switch back right now because it's potentially the last point.
Is it? Oh my! Oh yes, indeed. 2 up, but on the favor of Texas homies. Weird name.
Yeah, but don't count GGSS out just yet because they're looking at the passing plays. Jacob can't quite get the core, and this reverse sweep might be continuing here if Disrespect can find a scoring opportunity. So much speed available. The Supernova not scoring it to the top corner. And now, once again, to the top side it goes. Eleanor loses control. Good rocket by Jacob. It's bouncing around the midfield, but Mycotic, as long as you can hold at least one barrier here, it's such a huge advantage. Jacob with a great rocket, but how much longer can the little Luna hold?
Yeah, that's the question. That's a little bit too much real estate for me to feel comfortable about Luna holding. But Asher can sure make their presence known. And then Luna comes in for the support, where it says, no, I don't need to be back here. I need to be up front. Let me get where the action is. Let me get where my big sister is. What it?
Wow. What a play. They accelerated the offense so quickly. They found the goal. They got the Luna dash. QI Jacob with the tiny Luna goal. He gets it done.
Sometimes David prefers to team up with Goliath, and they make it happen.
You're so right. But we need to get to the other game because this could be the last point as well if the Fuel Heads can get it done here. They have a lot of meter.
Oh yeah, Fuel Heads are, if you'll excuse the pun, they are revved up. They are ready to go. That's like 1 and 2 gone already, but they are already building back up. Seems like so. This is a very scary situation.
Yeah, really difficult here. Open net now. Fuel Heads looking to close this one out. Trying to strike ward to flip. Azrael gets it away for now. And Friendly Taco. Oh, really good flip by equal equations, though, to keep the barrier up and down with the hook. And it will be the win here for the Fuel Heads.
That was just very nice from what we were able to see of it. Very nice passing, just very nice. Honestly, very nice defensive holds, too, as well. They did not have like an easy ride to that. Like Shikara was very, very aggressive, and they managed to hold off against the onslaught.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at the stats, though. I wonder how many redirects were in that one. Oh, wow. Zenith really getting a ton done there, huh?
Mini. That is how many redirects were. Mini. 251 for Zenith. And honestly, on the other side, 210 for Azrael was very well. Was all across the map.
Yep. Well done to both these teams for keeping us on schedule as well. Congrats to the Texas homies and the Fuel Heads. Pretty similar names, honestly. Similar inspirations. Anyway.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Yep. And we'll be right back with some more OSAS finale. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you soon. Hello everyone, we're back. We got Senko's Beloved Loaves versus the Chikara Kittens, or maybe the other way around, Chikara Kittens versus Senko's Beloved Loaves. This is sure to be a good one, as both these teams are already in the top 3. They are already disqualified from participating in future seasons of OSAS, but they still want to be champions.
Bragging rights are always worth it. So we are going to see who is going to be ahead for those today. Hey. And honestly, I'm looking a lot at just Chikara Kittens. They've been doing really well in my opinion. Obviously, like you said, top 3. In particular, Xenox has been knocking some heads, so I would not be surprised if they wanted to keep that whole game plan up.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to head right into it here. Try and find what we can do. And yeah, today is a bit of a tiring day. Lots of best of 3s and a bit of a late schedule here. The winner will have to play some more Omega Strikers against Scandalous to determine the champion. And Chikara Kittens, they kind of survived by the skin of their teeth in their last match, right? They had to make the reverse sweep.
Yeah, but just they did is the key point, which tells me that they're probably both nervous and very happy, very excited, very feeling good that they actually managed to pull it off. So obviously they don't want to have to repeat that, but they know they're capable of it, and sometimes that can make all the difference.
Yeah, they've been in an awkward spot before, and being familiar is always good here. Looking at the draft though, what catches your eye? I know that Rune is looking a little scary for me.
Yeah, definitely Rune. Like I said earlier, Xenox with that Juliet, I'm expecting a lot of KOs, so to speak. So honestly, this setup from Kittens is not surprising. As for Loafs, again, no, I agree. The Rune was not surprising. The X, Mako, pretty standard for the most part. Nothing super out of the ordinary. I will be expecting great things on that Mako, actually, though. I've seen B-Knight pilot that before, and I know they're capable.
Yeah. And with the melee goalies coming in once again, it's feeling like even OSAS is not safe from the melee goalie meta. These comps would not be out of place at all in higher levels of competition, right? You would not blink an eye if these 6 characters were picked like this in Nassau, for example. Oh, maybe the Estelle. Maybe people would blink eyes at the Estelle, but that's it.
And even then, Estelle is one of those characters who is you can use her, it's just not nearly as common.
Yeah. So definitely not out of place here as one barrier falls on each side. Xenox pushing forward and Mura with the perfect positioning. Pushed up once again. The flip used by Cholesterol. And a defensive crazy own goal from Cholesterol. Clip that right now.
Not the way you want to start this match, but sometimes that is how it happens. I am sure Chikara Kittens are more than happy to have that be the beginning.
Yeah, they will take those any day of the week here. Passing play to the top side, both barriers falling again. And the Chikara Kittens, your confidence was rightly placed. They look so nice heading into this one.
Yeah, just very, Mura has always had that positioning down for that Estelle. It is no surprise that they are keeping that up with this match. And like I said, Xenox just doing what they do. They've already nearly KO'd 3 times. I think both Cholesterol and Beibao got saved by the skins of their teeth. So far it's playing out pretty much like I was expecting it to be.
Xenox with the punch there, but the opening goal gate will keep it alive for the time being. Fox and Sox up to Bura, finding an opportunity through with the Rose Warp. Not quite enough as Cholesterol. The Bull Rush also falls short. Good delay by Fox and Sox. Perfect timing on these strikes coming out from the Brazilian goalie here for Chikara Kittens, but the barrier will fall with a well-placed strike from Cholesterol. Up top, Babao, a perfect pillar, and that will be a point back in the favor of Senko's Beloved Loafs.
Very nice timing from Bibao on that pillar just to deny the clear, because otherwise that would have been a lot more nebulous of a possible goal, but managed to secure it right there.
Xenox, though, pushing forward. Good strikes by Bubao, though. Like, Bubao on the rune has looked good. The strikes in particular have looked good. And that character doesn't have much mobility as well. B-Knight almost getting a cheeky KO onto Xenox, but the barrier falling in response. And once again, Senko's beloved Loaf's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the passing game has been incredible from Chikara Kittens. Loafs have to kind of like figure out a way to get that defensive, their defensive positioning a little bit tighter, figure out what they want to do for that aspect of the game, because right now it's really a lot of Bibao that's giving them opportunities, I feel. So it's a bit risky to want to like rely on one character, especially again you've got Mura with very good positioning and you've got Xenox who may just decide, okay, Bibao, you gotta go. Like they kind of tried right there.
Oh, crazy bounce almost mixes up B-Knight, but it manages to control it here. And one shot could do the trick there. The snipe from Mura lines up perfectly. And B-Knight, unfortunately, not ahead of the play. Didn't use the flip preemptively. That will be a set in the favor of the Chikara Kittens.
Just very beautiful play for Kittens. Almost, dare I say, like clinical. And very, very nice rewards on the table. I'm seeing Spark of Strength, 1-2 punch, resilience, peak performance, of course. There's a lot they can pick from.
They picked the Among Titans. That's going to superpower Xenox if a good awakening drops down to Sparks. Unfortunately, not too big of an option here, but the Adrenaline Rush, a huge opportunity, or a Super Surge deny here from the Mako. Both great options, but the Super Surge will not be denied. Not a dash range lover, Xenox is, but Adrenaline Rush is always such a threat.
Yeah, Adrenaline Rush is still very solid. Honestly, I feel like Kittens got some good stuff on there, but at the same time, I would actually say Lowe's did not do too badly themselves. Got Spark of Agility. That 1-2 punch on X is going to be scary, scary. Super Surge, of course, on Mako, definitely going to be speeding things up. I think both of them came out very well here.
Yeah, the only slight issue, though, is that there's only one more Spark left in the entire game, so the Spark scaling is unfortunately extremely limited here for Bubao. Not going to be the crazy endgame potential as the tripling play is forced to core forward. Cholesterol looking for the strike war wins, but not quite enough here.
Yeah, this is already, like, it's a lot more central, I should say, the core being. It seems like things are going to be a lot less manic, but then there's like that wild bounce and a bit of an own barrier there, it seemed like.
Yeah, Senko's, that's the second own whatever that they've done so far. The nerves are getting to them, it looks like. These bounces, not what you want here, but as long as they can weather the storm of the offense, they can get another chance as the core speed accelerates in overtime. Rune, of course, extra effective when the core is this fast.
Yeah, Rune very effective, and honestly, I would say like Atlas is actually not too shabby as long as it doesn't actually get to him, because otherwise that'll happen. Like when Atlas can set up when the fast core is going, he can rebound it great, but when it actually gets in his territory, he still kind of has to plod.
Really, really good setup with the Rune Pillar too, and Cholesterol trusting it with the Bull Rush. Trying to find a bounce down now, but with a lot of meter available, they can flip it away, but Murag, the coverage snipe is perfect, and that's a barrier not taken so far, but eventually will be taken away.
Yeah, that one was a very close one for a little bit. Bit of a scary situation. 2 flips going out. Bit of a wild situation there. But it is Lowe's who get the better of it. So we're just going to have to like see if they can just kind of like keep this pressure up. Can Kittens? Because I have noticed that is a bit of an issue for them. They've been having a little bit of a trouble finishing, although they can get barriers.
Yeah, but Bound Cholesterol now looking forward, finding the barrier so early here. Looking for another bounce now. B-Knight, Cholesterol, Bubao. To the top side it goes. And the passing play into the open net, perhaps with the help of a pillar, but the top side's wide open here. Cholesterol with another chance, but a good clear away by Mura, who's helped out so well on the defense.
Yeah, Mura's placement has been like almost a godsend, because Loaves have been doing very solid on the offense, even with their occasional mistakes. Kind of like that.
Yeah, that kind of goal is exactly what they need. Bubao in the lanes, trying to take a set back right here and now, especially with a variant like this. The Rune's going to be so strong on these sides.
Yeah, there's going to be easy like lock-offs. So they're going to probably want to try and like get these barriers down quickly, and they just no luck. It's kind of worrisome.
One barrier down now. Cholesterol and Babao both incredibly low, but a lot of mirror built up for the rune here. Has a flip available. Cholesterol and B-Knight going for the bounces now, but Mura sends it up to the top side, makes it awkward, stalls out time, and makes it Xenox can reposition forward. A good strike war win by B-Knight as one barrier falls. Babao flips it ahead, but the possession isn't kept by Senkos. And that might be the biggest difference here. Senkos need to keep possession a little bit more. Chikara Kittens, I think, a little bit more versed in the passing game.
Yeah, that's definitely moving. Well, I'm not going to say you cast your cursed them, but let's just keep that between us. But for the most part, it does seem like Chikara Kittens kind of know what they're doing with the core a little bit more, and that's causing some headaches for like lows. Unless they do that.
Well, it kind of still leads into the point, right? The Loaves are having individual outplays, especially from Babao. Not really team plays, but well-deserved MVP for the biggest individual outplayer in this game, Babao, who might be looking to pick up some speed here. I'm not sure what they're going to look for here. There's a lot of options.
I would say Twin Drive.
Twin Drive, definitely an option, but it's the Monumentalist. That's
Also,
interesting. Because, like, it does do some for the rune, but I don't think that wasn't necessarily the pick. I think something like Stacks on Stacks could have been better here, or the Twin Drive, like you said, to deny away the Atlas here to not. But the Atlas has plenty of other good choices as well. It's a draft where there's too many good choices, honestly.
Yeah, I personally would say that Lowe's actually got the better of it, but it's not like. Basically kind of like the inverse of before. Lowe's got the better of it, but Chikara did not exactly lose. So still definitely scary situation for either team. But right now, I'm actually very impressed by how Lowe's seem to be making the most of their chances. Like Chikara Kitten seems to be getting more chances, but again, like they've been having trouble finishing. Whereas Lowe's, they get chances and they push. And I cast her curse.
Yeah,
again.
Well, Xenox, though, that was some finishing right there. Found the Flame Flurry, found the rebound to the top side, followed the core through it all, and found the first goal in this set. Built up a lot of meter as well. And on the other end, Cholesterol with the flip available. The speed difference is pretty interesting this game. Thanks to the speed awakenings being picked up, Mura and Xenox are generally faster than Babao and Cholesterol. But if B-Knight is allowed to use the Mako set secondary, then Senko's beloved Loaves are significantly faster. So it's all down to that Mako secondary.
Yeah, it comes down to really teamwork and team play. Because like you were saying, that there have been like a lot of individual outplays. Chikara Kittens is having like the better teamwork, but they're kind of getting pushed into a lot of these like one-on-one situations, or like these very scary like individual encounters, and it's causing a lot of issues.
Yeah, but right now it's Cholesterol taking a lot of damage. Dash Punch goes wide, but Bao looking for the goal alone, and Fox and Sox gets a little bit too far up in the positioning to catch the shot to the bottom side. It's a fully tied game now.
Yeah, focused a little bit too much on that KO, I feel, is what happened, and kind of lost the plot for a little bit. Right now, I feel like it's actually Loaves who are a bit more in the driver's seat than Kittens, believe it or not.
Yeah, they're the ones pushing forward, getting the rune banishes with that cast to last, and making it difficult for the defense to even position properly. And that X Maximus from Cholesterol is doing a lot of work. A flip to the top side. Not enough coverage there. And Senko's beloved Loafs, they're in the lead now.
This has got to be something that Kittens have to kind of like figure out what they want to do to kind of like try and claw this back. I say claw this back like they're super far behind. They're not. But I can feel like it's just starting to get away from them. Like, Loaves have an idea of what they want to do, and I feel like Kittens have just kind of been playing. They've been playing well, but you know what I mean when I say like they're just kind of like playing?
Yeah, they're kind of just doing the individual plays that aren't necessarily connected, I think. And right now, they're being overwhelmed by Cholesterol, who has realized that Oh, you could just X Maximus in the forward direction, and a lot of the time it will work, especially if your strikes are placed very precisely to get around the goalie here. It gets taken out in the end, but it's still a barrier advantage. 2 barriers to none in the favor of Senko's beloved Loafs here. Good defense by B-Knight, good banish by Bubao, and they'll have no trouble stalling out this power play.
Yeah, very nice by Mura to hold position. Just very good placement. Very nice save attempts, but that duo is just very, very impressive of Rune and X. So it's been something that has been troubling Chikara Kittens for a while now. They need to figure out a solution to this problem. Right now, the problem I would say is B-Bow more than cholesterol, but cholesterol is proving a problem too. They need to figure out something, and they need to figure it out now.
And the funny thing about this draft is that there's so many good things in this draft yet again, right? A perfect 4-man fighter flight going to Chikara Kittens, so you'll never be sad about 2 of the strongest awakenings in the entire game. But on the other end, that's extra special Castellast Rune. That is game warping.
Yeah, the drafts have been scarily even for this game, so it's really kind of coming down to, we've said it already, it's really coming down to like team play and how they can capitalize on it. And right now, Chikara Kittens are playing like 3 very talented individual players when we know they're better than that, whereas Loaves are trying to kind of like play as a unit. At least that's how it's coming off to me.
That's really funny because I think we said the exact opposite at the start of the game, right? But I think as the game has scaled, Senko's beloved Loaves has gotten a lot more comfortable, and rather than like the direct passing plays, they're doing a lot of plays where Cholesterol will just follow up on whatever Babao is doing, and just like that, that's a flip into a goal.
Yeah, it's a remarkable reversal of like you said, like it's a remarkable reversal of what we said at the start. Seemed like Chikara Kittens, they started hot, and then it kind of, I don't want to call it and say like, oh, they were on cruise control, but it's like, again, they were just started trying to do like their own thing, and it's not working out. So it's like they need to figure out something. I've said this again because I can't really imagine any other solution for this. You got to think of something to do about that. That was a start, but Babao was already in position to get the goal, and now it's match point.
Match point now, and I think the key is that they're just not committing to the passing plays. They worked really, really well earlier on, but I think they're just trying to desperately get it away from Cholesterol, get it away from Babao, and the fact that they're being disrupted so much by this Rune Vanish is just a big factor in why they just can't connect from midfield to brawler here. Mura and Xenox are not able to launch a clean offense, and when Cholesterol is this massive, you gotta watch out. A lot of damage onto Xenox. The KO perhaps. Mura trying to score individually here, but defended away by B-Knight, and with a flip as defensive insurance, it's looking so difficult for Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, Xenox trying to do their best to kind of like punch out Cholesterol and try and make themselves a threat, but that united front is so good already. Like, Cholesterol just moves up because they know like Bibao has got their back, and just like is either gonna like feed him the rock or gonna be able to kind of take control of things if Cholesterol is not quite in position.
A big banish here, big opportunity as the core bounces crazily. That's the brawler going down. That's Cholesterol. Really patient strike by Fox and Sox, but the core slips through both of them. The strike already used, and just like that, Senko's beloved Loaves up 1-0.
Hey. That's just a very, very good example of team play overcoming some very capable individual players. It was just very, very nice execution. They, like you said, Loaves committed to their offense and they made it work.
Funnily enough, I would like to say the opposite, honestly. I think that was individual plays overcoming the early team play. I think Cholesterol and Babao displayed their individual excellence a lot that game, and a lot of like the quote-unquote team play later on in the game was just them realizing that you just need to capitalize on what the other is doing.
I would have called that team play myself. Like, sometimes you just got to know when to take advantage of a situation that's in your favor. But I suppose that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're heading to Atlas's lab next. A bit of a standard map here. The vanilla Omega Strikers map. So, any other expectations heading into this one?
I would imagine that Kittens are going to kind of like discuss and try and decide. I would hope that they basically lock in on a game plan and just kind of like focus and commit on that game plan, on that kind of like drafting, strategy and that sort of situation. Pick a target, pick a goal, and go for it. Meanwhile, I believe that for Loafs, they're going to want to probably try something similar. Like you said, it's Atlas Lab. It's very basic. It's kind of like your stock standard stage. So I'm not expecting anything like too crazy in terms of like switching up game plans, but rather they know what worked and they're probably going to try and do it again.
Oh, and this time it's Chikara Kittens who pick away the X here. I wonder what the brawler choice is. Kasenko's Beloved Loves banned away to Julie. They go for the Asher here. And I do like that. It's a fight or flight adrenaline rush start. I do expect everyone to go fight or flight.
Yeah, same. Not really a whole lot to say about that. It's just really good.
Yeah, it's just a very, very, really good Speed Awakening. And it is the return of the rune for Senko's Beloved Loafs. It wasn't broken. They're not fixing it. This is how they can win the game here. But Chikara Kittens, they're also keeping a lot of the same. The Estella midfield that's served so well for Amura here is making a reappearance.
Also, considering you're announcing characters, I think I got disconnected.
Oh.
Because I'm still on lobby.
Oh no, we didn't start. They're drafting on the drafter tool.
Oh right.
Yeah, well, we're fine. We're totally okay.
Well, okie dokie. I'm just silly. Either way,
the draft is mostly the same. They traded a brawler and changed a brawler, and everything else is the same.
Well, there you go. So yeah, for the most part, it seems like they're probably going to be running similar game plans. It sounds like. But though I hope that Kittens have tightened things up and they have figured out exactly what they want to do. They're going to need an answer to this if they want to stay in this and win.
It is funny though. Senko's Beloved Loafs did own goal twice, like immediately, right? But they recovered so well, and I can't even remember that at this point. Like it's been so long since then.
That's just a display of like very, very incredible mental, which I always like to kind of harp on and make sure that it's known that your mental state, your mental game is just important as like your reflexes and your planning and stuff like that, because you can have the best reflexes in the world and you can have the best laid plans and best draft ideas and all that stuff, but if your mental focus like cracks because of one or two mistakes, then you've basically you've lost before it's over.
Yeah, and we're gonna see more of the same here in this game. If the rune can scale out of control and be that threat that sets up the brawler, that will be quite good for Senko's Beloved Loafs. On the other end, Chikara Kittens, they're the ones who are going to try to replicate success with the X here. We'll see who's more successful in this game, but with fight or flight here, I'm a little bit scared in the midfield.
I am excited. I'm going to say that. Just because I want to see some wackiness. I want to see some weirdness. I also want to see a lot more KOs.
Oh, but what I don't like is that both brawlers went to slick kicks. Maxwell's here would have given them a lot more presence, of course. By picking slick kicks, you're all-inning, right? And Xenox all-inning even further with the adrenaline rush. I think that's a big mistake. I think Cholesterol, having the fight or flight, will be able to outpace the brawler in the 1v1.
Quite possibly, but hey, there's a solution. Don't just kill him, KO him.
Yeah, don't let that brawler play, and the fight or flight versus no fight or flight difference is not effective here. Xenox in the corner puts on a lot of pressure, but is brought low in the black hole. Well, that's a ton of damage onto everyone.
Yeah, Very scary moment right there, but it is like open goals for both sides, so it's going to be like who can kind of like take advantage of that. Flip and immediate stuff by Cholesterol. Beautiful timing on that. Just complete shutdown of that for the goal.
Yeah, you don't want to over-ingest cholesterol in your daily life here, and that's exactly why when it gets in front of a flip like that and blocks it right away, Xenox also banished away, but not enough to do on the follow-up, and that flip still stays alive for the X here.
Yeah, Mura and Xenox both locked and loaded. B-Knight is as well, so gonna be a lot of, like, I was gonna say gonna be a lot of scary moments, but they both burn their flips. Both were on their evasive very quickly, so it's open goal, and right now it's on Chikara. It's on Chikara Kittens to kind of make the finish here.
Yeah, but Babao finds the opening to the top side, and the pillar cuts off the clears for Fox and Sox. Cholesterol looking for the goal. Unfortunately, can't find a clean shot angle here. Babao patrolling on the top side. B-Knight looking for a pass with the strike shot. Returned with another strike shot here. Flipped away by B-Knight. Answered by the primary, and Babao sends it to the top side. Blocks it with the pillar, and is just controlling the core over and over again as the pass splitter comes through as well. But they just don't have enough speed to catch up.
Babao has been playing like a monster for these last couple of games. It's incredible. And that was a bit of a... The bell ringer, I believe, knocked it back.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Cholesterol ate up that pass, won the strike war, and now it's a 2-0 lead here in the favor of the Senko's beloved Loaves. Flip available for Babao. As long as the rune can stay alive, this point is looking very, very favored.
Yeah, they, like, Kittens need to do something and press for this one, but right now, Cholesterol has been playing fantastic! Babao has been playing out their mind. It's crazy how on point they've been.
Xenox, no, forget about Xenox blocking that flip earlier. Cholesterol wins the 4th strike war in a row. 2 of the 4 were against flips. How does Cholesterol do it?
They have... Cholesterol knows that timing, apparently, just very, very able to say, you're going to shoot now. Boom. Just slaps it away every time. It's crazy.
Extra special available now, and that rune's going to start taking over the game with these banishes at the right place at the right time, and Babao has been very, very good at that in particular. Of course, extra speed being picked up for the Estelle is also a big threat here, as well as perfect form on the Mako. That's going to afford a lot of cooldowns. The X not left with much. Glass Cannon picked up, but I think that I would have preferred the prime time a little bit, but the Glass Cannon does make up for the lack of speed from the fighter flight a little bit here, but the X is going to be hit a lot.
Yeah, sad boys. I am not expecting Xenox to basically have a long lifespan here. Especially, look at that. Beautiful, like, just double barrier. Loaves have been on fire this whole round.
And making this game look very decisive here. Cholesterol in particular, but B-Knight now sending the core forwards. Babao in position, the pillar set. Good patience by Fox and Sox, though, and make sure that's not too much of a threat.
Yeah, and they do manage to even it up to Chikara Kittens in terms of, like, barriers taken. So it was open goal. Again, they need to find a way to finish, but Loaves are just very good at shutting down scoring opportunities. Have been for, like, both games right now. It's just very impressive how consistent they are on that front and basically converting that to offense.
Well, Mura sends it forward here, but Xenox just can't catch up with the core. No speed boost to speak of here while being hit, but a strike war win by Xenox and a flip burned by B-Knight. Big opportunity, big swing of momentum for the Chikara Kittens.
Very much needed, very much desired, but they have to hold this up. We've already seen, you know, like I said, that Loaves do know how to kind of like mentally recover from this kind of thing, so I wouldn't expect things to just get easier all of a sudden. That said, like, Cholesterol has been taking a lot of damage as of late, so I'm wondering if maybe they're trying to do something about that.
Yeah, Fox and Sox has been putting on a lot of damage into the enemy brawler here as Cholesterol goes in. B-Knight sends it forward, so does Babao. A flip available, but an awkward spot to flip it in and easily deflected away. Once again, an awkward spot off the center. Cholesterol almost dying here. as Murat finds one barrier, finds both barriers, and that's a big swing of momentum once again.
Yeah, but for a second there, it was very, very dangerous because Core was honestly still kind of is still in Kitten's backfield. It's on Mura trying to make something happen, trying to push the Core forward, and Mura has been trying to make these plays happen all game, but with Cholesterol and Babao just doing such great core control, it's been so hard for Mura to really even get much out of those attempts.
Coming in once again, a lot of meter available this time for Jakar Kittens, right? Especially on the kickoff. They're about to build up 3 flips. They need to make the use of them, but Cholesterol's pushing forward on the offense so quickly. Good strike war by Murat to avoid losing both barriers here and trades for one on the other end. But that's another Sad Boys angle, and the barrier still stands.
That's just unfortunate, and I'm glad they managed to make that up though, and they do have a decent shot at score. Yeah.
Wow, what a piercing shot by Murat. Gets it done. Builds a lead for the Chikara Kittens, 2-1 now, as a flip still available for 2 members basically here in just a few strikes. Babao, not quite the angle they were looking for as the barrier is taken once again, and Murat played a lot defensively, but I think pushing up offensively has done wonders for Chikara Kittens when the Estelle is past the midfield line.
Oh, 100%. Murat has made a lot of potential plays into scoring plays, scoring possibilities, and I think that might, like you said, that might be the key here. Trying to like allow a little bit more pressure and allow Xenox to kind of do their thing and frighten the other team.
Flip burned by Fox and Sox, but the barrier still taken nonetheless. Cholesterol, Babao, strike war wins. Good positioning by Babao. Strike placement in the center, exploding just in time. The pillar perfectly placed as well, but good weight by Fox and Sox. And that pillar is just a little bit off, but Cholesterol, one more chance. Looking for the last strike, flip available for Babao. Goes for the banish, down to the bottom side, saved by Fox and Sox yet again. But Fox and Sox is taken out, and Cholesterol, a final strike war win to even up the set once again.
That was brutal. For a second, it seemed like Chikara Kittens might be able to weather the storm, and then Fox and Sox got taken out back, and that was pretty much the end for that point.
Yeah, they took the Fox out of the Sox, but Cholesterol has also been eradicated. That's a medication I haven't heard of. Xenox looking to push forward, but this momentum, flip available, but the barrier still stands. B-Knight and Xenox dueling it out, but the core slips away to the bottom and the barrier taken, and Babao keeping it contained. The pillar making it difficult, and B-Knight finding the clear around the barrier. Psycho's Beloved Loaf survived the power play, and they're the ones who seem to have more pressure.
Yeah, they have just been scary. The pass splitter, just everyone up in that mosh pit, and there's not really a whole lot you can do. Asher is kind of queen of the mosh pit, so hey.
Pass splitter, such an incredibly powerful ability when there's chaos in front of an objective, and Cast the Last has appeared. Cast the Last extra special for the rune. Second game in a row, undeniable.
Boom, there it is. That rune is a menace.
Yeah, and Asher getting size as well. That is going to be so hard to deal with. On the bright side, the stagger scaling coming in for the Estelle, and the twin drive as well for Fox and Sox. But the question is it too little too late as the Mako picks up a dash awakening?
That I might actually say yeah, just because of the exponential, basically just like the exponential aggression that they can now put out when their aggression was already pretty sizable in terms for lows. So I'm worried this might be wraps. I don't want to count Chikara Kittens out quite yet though. They are still capable of dishing out a whole lot of pain, and we know they can turn it up if needs must.
Adrenaline Rush procced for Xenox, looking for an opportunity here, but Babao just interrupts every single one of them. A banish comes out, Xenox forced away, and the barrier still standing for B-Knight on the defensive end. A good snipe by Murat, though, reads the play to the top corner. Dangerous spot as Xenox punches it in with the X Maximus, a 1-0 start for the Chikara Kittens. The question is, can they keep it going?
Very much needed, but this is a mountain you got to climb, and you just barely at the base.
Yeah, it is not looking easy. The banish comes out. That's going to be damage onto Murat. Not that much, though. That's a lot of stagger awakenings on one Estelle.
Yeah, it is, and it's not going to make their job too much easier, unfortunately, because right now what Kittens is having a problem doing is basically just kind of like getting around all of these like pillars and this just the giant woman that is Asher right now. You can see like they're all three of them having to play like a very spirited defense in order just to get out of that kind of predicament.
B-Knight to Bubao, trying to find a passing play here. Cholesterol incredibly low, could be blown off the map in just a second if Xenox has a combo available. B-Knight continuing to keep the barrier alive though, and the secondary as well doing some work. The banish onto the Brawler, keeping Xenox out of the play, and with overtime hitting, that rune's going to get a lot scarier.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot you can kind of like do to stop a good rune pillar ricochet, unless you are like a mile and a half away. It's just too much.
Bubao with a secondary sends the core forward so quickly here. Now with possession of the top side, a banish found onto the midfielder, but not the goalie. Bubao once again sending it forward, looking for a pillar. Mura smartly strikes it away, but Cholesterol's being given so much time, so much space to regen and continue being a threat here.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's just them deciding it's not worth it at this stage in the game, or whether it just hasn't like come to them, but they do get that second barrier, so very much needed, and they do have an opportunity here. They just need to try and find an opening and a way to take advantage of it. But those pillars!
Yeah, the pillar core speed kept by Cholesterol to the top corner, and this series is 2 goals away from completion, perhaps, if Senko's beloved Loaves can get it done.
And at this rate, I would say, yeah, no fooling about it. They have definitely shown like the grit, the mentality, the tactical acumen, and it's just been they've just been very good, to say the least, about being able to get these shots where they need them.
Another strike war, this time Fox and Sox wins it. A lot of meter being built up for the goal. We have Chikara Kittens, and that's a flip available. Flip through for Bubao, and that's actually a banish there, double banish, but no cooldowns available to capitalize on it, so just an awkward play there. But B-Knight will be sitting pretty here, pretty safe, away from a lot of the hitboxes of the Chikara Kittens as the passing play comes through. Xenox in, but no, this can't get it past the Asher.
Yeah, just, again, too intimidating, too sizable. That might help, though. Even though it's not like the Asher, that's still one person less. They have to try and make the most of this.
Oh, and there's a combined flurry of hitboxes, piercing shot into X Maximus. B-Knight punished dearly for missing the strike shot. And if there's one area where Senko's beloved Loaves are struggling a little bit, it's the defense.
Yeah, right now their offense has been good enough. They hadn't need to like worry about that too much, but it is still a point of concern. Though whether it'll be their downfall is suspect, I will say at this point.
Yeah, their offense is looking good enough to make up for it and then some, especially since the Mako passively benefits the team with the secondary speed. And look at that speed. Cholesterol with the breakaway gets past Mura. Doesn't even need the strike war for that one. They're 1 goal away.
They've just been very, very good this whole game about being able to, like, again, take advantage of the opportunities that have been presented to them and just keeping the pressure on. That's been the name of this whole game. They can keep the pressure on, and Kitten's not quite able to.
Definitely not. B-Knight now with the empowered strike available. Needs to get out of the corner, but can't strike board the Crystal Thorns. The defensive woes might prove to be an obstacle here as Xenox is looking to score. Bubao accelerating the offense. A banish looked for, but not found. A flip available, but a little bit too much brute forcing as Chikara Kittens have a solid wall in front of that barrier.
Yeah, and you can, at this point, you can kind of like try and get around it, which to an extent they do. Now we got both goals open, so it's going to be this could be it right here.
Oh, banish on the core. Big opportunity for Bubao to capitalize. A strike in, a strike war win, and Bubao sends Senko beloved Loaves back up to the grand finals.
Just very, 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 very solid, consistent play by Loaves. Just very, very, very impressive. A lot of varies in there, but they deserve them all.
Yeah, and as it gets even later, it's past midnight on the East Coast. Grand Finals will begin. It's Scandalous versus Senko's Beloved Loaves, the rematch from the winner's final. And the question is, can they get it done this time? But that'll be answered after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One more.
Hello everyone, we're finally here at the grand finals of the OSAS finale, and maybe we should rethink how we schedule these, because I feel like every day we sit here at the start of grand final, not every day, every OSAS, there's been 10 of them, but like all of the ones in recent memory, we sit here and it's past midnight on the East Coast, and we're just getting started with the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm tired, boss. But we still here. We gonna get through it. Especially because who we got up for this big finale. Scandalous. Senko's beloved loaves. Just coming off a, honestly, kind of surprisingly dominant performance.
Yeah, and they'll have to face the team that had a dominant performance against them in Scandalous. Taking a look at the draft, does anything surprise you here, or is it business as usual? Oh wait, that's actually really surprising. What the hell? What's going on? Take a look at what Scandalous picked.
Oh, yeah?
Rune of Vice Centauro.
Huh.
That's a little bit of a crazy high damage comp, like a hydrogen bomb levels of crazy. And on this start, it's a little bit tamer, but the damage awakenings will show up, the stagger awakenings will show up, and if Scandalous managed to win early, managed to deny away the stagger, bad things will happen to Senko's beloved loaves.
Yeah, I am also wondering if that aerials might be why the Mako now X pick might be showing up.
Yeah,
Or the other side of it.
they do seem pretty good with the aerials on that, and they're all about the core control, right? Of course, that team can also dish out the damage, especially because Zentaro is extremely squishy. That is a glass cannon character. So if they could target down Hottie here, then that Zentaro could face a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but here's the thing about glass cannons. They are also cannons. They hurt a whole lot. So basically, this might end up being kind of a bit of a shootout, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Vice is going to be at the center of it all. The Supernova was effective in the last set that they had in the last series between these two teams. If Senko's beloved loaves can survive a little bit better, I think they have a very good shot.
Yep, but we are going to have to see that now. Game on.
Pretty quick kickoff here as Hottie's going in for the double barrier angle. Solus Kage once again on the rebounds, making it difficult, and we're seeing the power of Scandalous here. They're really coordinated in the offense, in the damage game plan as well, and they're very good at focusing down one target. And look at Cholesterol here, who will be the target now that they have no evaded remaining, but a few one-strike wars does mean that the scoring has been unlocked, and a crazy bounce off the bumper there.
Yeah, I'm impressed that they actually managed to survive it, this Scandalous, but I'm definitely seeing what you're talking about in just they pick a target and they're going to probably be focusing on it. And beautiful! That was 100% intentional, and that was an incredible bounce.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot, just like you were saying from Hottie there. Around the ensnare drums, not even interacting with the defense. Perfect opening to the top side. And now I think Senko's beloved loaves, it's setting in. This is the team. Every season of OSAS has its Titan, and this season's is Scandalous. But not if Cholesterol has something to say about it. If you lose the Strike Wars against the X, that is a bad sign.
Yeah, that doesn't want to be something you want to repeat. But definitely, it's already kind of like coming out to what I kind of like said earlier, that it's going to be just like an offensive bloody shootout. Just because, like you said, Scandalous is very offensively focused, and it's not really like Loaves is not offensively focused either. Like with the X and now, just very good at like the redirecting and trying to keep things forward. I would honestly be a bit surprised if even in the later rounds, these points went super long. I can see them going, like to overtime once in a while, but I'd be surprised if they went too long.
That's a KO found onto the midfielder though. The Vice gone and a double barrier attempted, but barely missed by Haughty. The player formerly known as Blood Aches did not get it done in that instance. And on the other end, Cholesterol filling the brawler role a little bit better in that point. A flip fully built up for the X, and importantly, B-Knight surviving. If Solus Kage and Respect could have held a little bit longer, I think Haughty could have taken out B-Knight there, and that's going to be the focus once again.
Yeah, it's just going to be like pick your target and go. Beautiful, just like beautiful offensive push by Cholesterol. Just flipped in their face, slugs it in, quick set.
That's exactly what you need if you're Senko's beloved Los. Keep the momentum rolling, and now a big opportunity here. You gotta decide, are you gonna take the spec training to try and explode in terms of damage, or are you gonna take the stagger swagger? Well, it goes for the Might of the Colossus here, which I think is an awkward middle ground, because I think that the actual run and survivability issues later down the line, and the stagger swagger going unpicked this late is crazy. That awakening is so useful here, and I think that Now should have taken it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, I just fully agree with that. The Now should have taken Stagger Swagger. I'm not quite sure what the game plan is for that extra special. Like, everything else makes sense. Really, it does. But...
yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. A double banish is huge from Respect here. Find the bounce and find the defense, and still keeping the barrier alive. Finally goes down on the rebound by Cholesterol. And it looks like they're so comfortable on this map. Senko's beloved Loves. Taiko Temple looks like they're home right now because Babao is styling on them in the top corner.
That was amazing. Babao just like threaded the needle there. Just very, very pinpoint. Like, this is going by surprisingly quick already.
It's going by real quick. The energy is also so huge for Cholesterol there. The flip's almost available. And they're going to have to do a lot in the corner here, but the Ensnare drums nullify the entire brunt of the Supernova coming out of Solus Kage. And although Babao is low, the healing should be coming in any second now, but both barriers fall.
Yeah, both barriers fall. Babao had to kind of like sacrifice a bit of that energy for an evade as well. It is Scandalous that are on the offensive. They have a good opportunity right now. Babao going down. Flip. Bounce. They try for the offense. Very nice protection. I'm gotta say, Scandalous, yeah, not out of it.
Yeah, but again, the defense is coming back to bite them, right? Going for the strike shot and not the strike. Once again, B-Knight a little bit too quick on the trigger. Needs to not be nervous. Needs to just stay calm and let the magic happen, because Cholesterol is looking like a magician in this game.
Yeah, Cholesterol has definitely been the vanguard for their offensive pushes, so no need to fix what ain't broken.
Once again, Cholesterol looking low this time, KO'd off of an offensive rush. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but the passing plays are making it look so overwhelming. Good wait by Haughty to line up the angle, and that will be another goal for Scandalous. They look like they're scaling.
Very, very nice passing, very nice, you know, waiting until they get the opportune time. It's been... Scandalous has shown that they definitely know what they're doing, and they're a scary, scary team.
Especially with these pillars in the midfield. If Respect can get a good pillar, it halts the offense so long, but Cholesterol double barrier. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Senko's beloved Loafs even it right back up in the set.
Again, with these very, very fast points that, frankly, I want to blame on a combination of Super Surge and those aerials that just keep cropping up, really, more than anything else.
Yeah, well, now up to the top side, B-Knight Babao looking for a lot of strikes there, but again, Solus Kage to the bottom end, and Haughty dashing in, but it's not enough, and when all these resources are expended, I think Senko's Belovedos are happy, as long as they can rush forward. Cholesterol barely surviving the Supernova, and that survival is going to be key for them as the flip's still alive.
Yeah, they are still in the offensive. The arrow manages to take a barrier, but they get two taken of their own duos. Not the best trade, and they pay for it.
They really do pay for it. The set is not theirs when it could have been. So many possibilities with that cholesterol flip, but instead, it's another clean goal by Hottie. And with such scary awakenings on the board, I'm a bit scared for the side of Senko's beloved loaves. That's a catalyst potentially for that Centauro.
That's what I was looking at. Like, maybe Explosive Energy goes for Spark of Strength?
I'm not sure if this was a moment to go for Spark of Strength. That's leaving so many strong awakenings on the board. The size scaling coming through as well. Of course, Explosive Entrance is going to be solid here. Catalyst, oh, I think that's also a mistake from B-Knight, of course. The energy is useful, but there was Glass Cannon among Titans. I feel like that could have been better.
I would have went for Among Titans myself.
Yeah. Among Titans would have been insane with Cholesterol sty stacking and Might of the Colossus, actually. I think, yeah, that was just an unfortunate pick.
Weird draft on either end of things.
And a great bounce in the favor of Scandalous. Exactly what they needed in the moment, continuing the momentum. And Sengo's beloved loaves, I think the win in their sails is not as strong as it was entering this series.
No, definitely not. And on the opposite end, it definitely seems like Scandalous is just kind of like figured out what they want to do, and they're just pushing towards that. However, this offense is still scary to deal with. Doesn't matter how beefed up you are. Having like 2 people in your backfield, never good.
Another Taiko Drum angle here, and Cholesterol knocked away. Good on Respect for recognizing the situation, but that's a quick KO as the Vice vanishes. But Hottie keeps the possession up, makes it difficult. Cholesterol rushing in, but the defense is good once again for Scandalous.
Yeah, Cholesterol couldn't like push harder, I noticed, just because like they were so low, had to back off on some potential like offensive conversion plays. They still managed to survive through that for the time being, though, so definitely good on Cholesterol for playing heads up, figuring out when to go in and when to not to.
Oh, but Cholesterol finds a shot. Respect doesn't pull the trigger on the flip in time, and the game's evened up once again. Senko's beloved loaves keeping it close every step of the way right now.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a slugfest, back and forth. So it's gonna be, this one's gonna be a tight one. It definitely seems like. Right now, I'm kind of hoping for Scandalous to figure out not what they want to do, but how to kind of like handle Cholesterol constantly being in their backfield, because that's been a big concern.
Yeah, when Scandalous gets the ball rolling, they look unstoppable, but when Cholesterol individually gets the ball rolling, he looks like he could outplay the entire team of Scandalous here. A flip to the top side, a flip out from B-Knight, but a perfect primary from Soulless Kage to cover the out clear. An amazing prediction earns another point for Scandalous.
Very nice call. Sometimes you got to just kind of bet it and try and read the play, and paid off there very nicely.
Oh, Cholesterol though, first big unfortunate event. The bell ringer sends it backwards and immediately capitalized on. That will be a set win here and a potentially scary draft here.
Yeah, not how you want to end the set, not how you want to go into the draft. Zentaro, and look, the best friend is right there.
Yeah, the crazy awakenings, honestly, showing up. Perfect form, heavy impact, fight or flight. You'd be happy with any one of those. Heavy impact being denied away from the Vice, but I think that's also a huge drafting mistake. Fight or flight's going to go to the Vice anyway, and that means that that you're going to have problems regardless. I think the X should have just kept going with Demolitionist. The big X is the win condition here, and I think they just gave it away.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. There's not really a whole lot you can do to stop this team from scaling at this point, not to stop this Scandalous team. And at this point, it's kind of like you said, play for your win condition. Don't try and stop their win condition. They expect them to get theirs. You just have to kind of like outdo them at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Scandalous recognizes quite well. They're playing constantly for their own win conditions, while Senko's beloved loaves, they don't have that clear game plan, and that's why their drafts have been shaky. And unfortunately, that's putting them really behind here.
Yeah, now it's at a point where Scandalous is just threatening on several fronts, and Cholesterol still doing their thing. Don't get me wrong, still doing their thing big time. But if they can corral cholesterol, then there are problems. If they can't, great.
Yeah, we'll see if Cholesterol can replicate that success once again. Because when Cholesterol is on, he's outplaying all three members of Scandalous simultaneously, right? Just like that last point, they overcommit to stacking on defense, and Cholesterol jumps on that. But with the damage output here, good evade though. Cholesterol being preemptive with it, but not preemptive enough. That's a lot of damage as it goes all the way around. The barrier still not taken, and good defense here from Hottie as well, who jumps back onto Zentaro. Cholesterol in still a dangerous spot, but evades, walks away, heals up, and now the X is back in action.
Yeah, that was a scary moment for a while. I'm about to get scary again because, like I said, this Scandalous team can deal damage if necessary. But you can see, Cholesterol was in a 3v1 and was arguably winning.
Yeah.
That's how dangerous. That's how dangerous this X is right now.
Oh, Solus Kage would have died there if not for the Taiko Tempo bumpers. And now these crazy bounces find their way to Cholesterol once again. The X trying to do it all. Babao backing it up, but B-Knight just can't reach the core in time. The barrier still taken though, perfectly placed by Cholesterol, but it's Hottie who finds a snipe into the bottom side, and again, the defensive woes of Senko's beloved Loafs continue.
Yeah, that was just a very good, very pinpoint shot by Hottie, and at this point, I'm starting to wonder if Scandalous might be Senko's demon. Like they got beat by him once, and Scandalous trying to say like, you ain't get that much better that fast, Crody.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Brawler being gone, the star player, the focus of the team. The barrier's falling. Scandal is looking to advance to one game away from winning the OSAS finale here in Season 10. So far defended away, B-Knight with good strikes to get it away from Cholesterol's Bellringer. And Babao pushing forward, but it doesn't look like it's enough just yet. The rebound's found, but the core not finding its way into the hands of the X. And with that flip available, Solus Kage is such a big threat. A flip to the bottom side, a pass right through to Hottie, and Scandalous will take a lead.
That was just a beautiful, just shot to the open man, shot to the downside, shot to the bottom end. It's just very, very basic, but very, very effective. Just very good gameplay out of Scandalous on the whole.
Yeah, one more game left. Potentially, if they can close it out here, Scandalous will try to get it done once again as we head on to the next map, which is at Lab. But wow, just a very, very solid performance from all three members of Scandalous in this one. And it really came down to how well they played as a unit, right? The best individual player here was probably Cholesterol, but this is not a solo game.
No, you got to be a crew here. You got to be a team, and definitely Scandalous played better as a whole team, as a whole unit. They had the passes, they had the clears, they had the defense, even in like those desperate situations. Yeah, Cholesterol can sort of 1v3 a team, but at the same time, still, like you said, still only one person, still only one character, and that was the big difference.
All right. At Lab now, any predictions, any thoughts heading into that map, which is pretty standard, pretty different from Taiko in a lot of ways?
Yeah, they won't be able to rely on a lot of those funny high-speed bounces that helped them out in the last match, did Scandalous. But that said, I would not be surprised if they weren't able to just adapt the game plan a little bit and maybe focus a little bit more on the passing game. As for Loaves, pick a target. That's really my biggest. That's really my biggest thought on the situation. You've got the X. You could theoretically have the damage, but you have to just pick a target and gun for it. You have to figure out what is your end game what is your end game going to be, and start playing for it from word go. Because Scandalous revs up too hot, too fast, in order to not be certain what you want to do.
Yeah, and taking a look at the draft here, starting Awakening's 1-2 punch and Spark of Focus. That's a big enabler for the Sparks here. Hotly contested they will be, but the 1-2 punch as well. Potentially, maybe a Juno pick somewhere here. The core speed going to be overwhelming and also helping out on the damage as well. I'm interested to see how the teams gauge these two Awakening picks. I think a lot of people will be inclined to pick the Spark of Focus because it gives that reliable draft advantage. But if you commit onto the 1-2 punch and try to win early, that's also a strategy that might pay off, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's kind of like feeds back into what I was saying. Like, for example, I feel like X might be able to do fine with like that 1-2 punch, but there's also like a couple other options out there for him. So I could see some picks going to a 1-2 punch as opposed to Spark of Focus, but I do think the majority of them would be Focus. Yes.
Oh, but there's a pick that might be that 1-2 punch. Probably will be that 1-2 punch. It's the Juno first pick from Scandalous. And that means the rune can be picked up by Senko's beloved Loafs. But on the 1-2 punch start, I'm inclined to believe the Juno just a little bit here. And that's going to be scary. I think Scandalous are going to be abusing that core speed quite well.
No, I completely agree with you. Juno definitely is one of the characters who I would say, like, just pick 1-2 punch over Spark of Focus, just because of all the danger that gives, like the mines and whatnot. You know, the slimes.
Yeah, the sheer core speed overwhelming at times. Scandal is looking to close it out here before it reaches 1 a.m. Eastern time. One more game stands between them and the grand finals. On the other hand, Senko's beloved Loafs will have to win this one, the next one, and 2 out of 3 of the reset if they're going to make it happen. It's not out of their own possibility, but when it comes to team synergy, Scandalous are looking very convincing.
Yeah. Also, you kind of touched on it, but at this point in time, quite literally, sheer physical stamina of the actual players. Like, it's late. We tired. There's no way getting around that. Folks is exhausted. Folks is sleepy. They want to go to bed. So, how much left do you have in the tank?
That's definitely a big issue here. But looking at the hovers, looking at this game getting online, that's going to be a Kazan goalie coming out. And with that 1-2 punch, perhaps that could be the core speed being enabled there as well. I do think if there's ever a game to win here for Senko's beloved Loafs, it is this one.
Yeah, I don't want to say like it's make or break, but it's make or break.
Yeah.
At this point.
We'll see how it goes, but I think this game is looking quite winnable as long as they can keep the game plan going, as long as they get enough speed for Cholesterol to really find those 1v1s. But again, the big obstacle is, of course, the Juno. The core speed, making it so the brawler can't interact with the core, is always going to be something that you have to take into account.
Yep. Let's take a look-see. We have Juno and Rune and Kazan with the 1-2 punches, so fair enough, in my opinion.
Fair enough, but I would have liked Babao to also go that Spark of Focus. I think you have to bank on that scaling, and we're seeing the power of the Juno already. That's 2 barriers already down, the Juno limping away, but that character has a lot of stagger, right? The tankiest midfielder in the game, and the Sad Boys angle. Okay, recovered.
Yeah, close one, but they managed to recover off that. Jump goes a little bit awry from the Juno, and Cholesterol quick to take advantage.
Yeah, Solus Kage looking a little bit inexperienced on the Juno. That's not usually a jump that a Juno player misses, but doesn't matter if you're inexperienced or not, because 1-2 punch is so threatening.
Yeah, it just makes you scary by default. So it's as long as you kind of have the basics of Juno down and you've got that rolling, I would say, like, you're at the very least a threat to keep in the back of it, to keep in the back of your head. You know what I mean? Juno is going to be painful to deal with.
Yeah, and a good primary here could be everything. So much chip damage on the Cholesterol as well. They're playing the stagger game very, very proficiently. Respect, though. Autopilot's a strike, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of awkwardness on these picks, but the 1-2 punch continues to be what has been advertised here, but the path splitter is once again mightier as 2 goals in a row to the path splitter.
Okay, I'm wondering, did they try to character difference loaves?
I'm not sure. I think they might be having. I don't know. They do not look comfortable on these picks.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I have no clue, but you know, maybe they'll get it done regardless.
maybe we're gonna see, like, because that's the crazy thing. Like, they haven't been looking like horrible on these. Not particularly. Just they've been making some. I don't want to say like obvious mistakes, but again, like they've been making some questionable mid-game decisions, and that makes me wonder. That's all.
Some alternative plays.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, B-Knight now forced into a defensive position, but with the barrier still alive, will be sitting pretty. Respecto sending it back forward, and a lot of space opened up here. The Bandage not going to do much, and Hottie, the player who is comfortable on the Zentaro, and Respect making sure not to get caught by the pillar there as Solus Kage closes in. But that 1-2 punch Juno's not getting abused too much here.
No, they're trying to contain her, but also, again, like you said, like it's just not quite executing as expected. But they have been still kind of been making these offensive pushes. It's not been, you know, it's not been like a complete letdown. I will say that. And you can see like cholesterol is low, Bebao is low. It's not been completely, you know, useless.
Yeah, Strike War wins though. Cholesterol does it again. We were such Cholesterol fans in the first game, and that's the reason, right? Cholesterol gets it done, 3 goals in a row, outplaying Scandalous quite well here, rewarded with the first pick in the draft, and that's another spark on the board. That is hugely impactful, but there are also plenty of other strong awakenings as well, but you can't turn down that scaling if you want to scale out of control.
Nope. Like, that one was pretty obvious. At this point, like, already, it's seeming like we've been known cholesterol is the problem. The question is, how can they respond to the problem? Especially with that prime time, that's the start of like solid Juno, fight or flight from Zentaro. I mean, it's not like they have bad awakenings, but at this point, you've got to recognize cholesterol is like the problem. So you've got to find a way to deal with that.
Yeah, and if Babao can get good pillar sound, they could also nullify a lot of the pressure from the slimes, but Cholesterol's once again winning so many strike wars in the midst of everyone. Individual excellence is often not rewarded in OSAS as the teams scale up in terms of team play, but Cholesterol is just looking so solid alone.
Yeah, like teams have, you know, their star players, but usually you can say that, sure, this person's like a star player, but it's still a team effort. But in this case, Cholesterol is just absolutely monstrous. Boom, takes out Soul. Very nice kill there, and it's just been the Cholesterol show.
Yeah, back passes to try and stall at the time, and it is successful. Scandalous team play as good as ever, but they'll need to find this goal sooner or Cholesterol will appear. The barrier taken though. B-Knight once again going for the strike shot, not the strike. Babao proving to be a threat here, and a good flip out. Gets the core away. A weird bounce with the slime is quite successful as well, but it's going to go to Cholesterol once more unless Hottie can find a goal here. The core stopped a solid time to pass to the top side, and the core speed from the slimes continuing to be such a threat. The flip burned, but B-Knight a panic strike right to Hottie, who will capitalize and make it 1-0.
That was a wild pass. Very nice on the patience from Hottie. Realized that there was a lot of threats coming their way and wasn't quite sure what to do, but managed to keep it up, managed to keep the passes going, and managed to eventually like find the opening for the score.
Got it done in the end. Cholesterol is trying to return the favor on the other side though. A set win would be huge here for Senko's beloved Loaves to really put them on the path to success, and the path splitter does just that. The barrier taken. All it takes is one more opportunity for Cholesterol. Babao setting up slowly, finding an opportunity with these cooldowns. Cholesterol with the strike core, but Respect will get it away. And once again, a dangerous situation, but Scandalous managed to escape.
Yeah, very nice, like, jump in slime for Soul, trying to transition to, like, a bit of an offensive maneuver. Cholesterol very low, nearly got taken out by Audi, nearly got taken out by both of them, and it's just been a very scary situation for Loaves. But Bibao manages to find a way through all the chaos for the score.
And a lot of that was actually B-Knight, who walked up and ensnare drummed all 3 members of Scandalous, who are a little too grouped up. That's a habit that they have, a pretty bad habit, where on the defense they'll kind of stack onto each other, which works until it doesn't. We saw it a lot in the previous game too, where the X Maximus was very effective against that triple stack. But the offense, a Sad Boys angle. Wait a second, they can hold here. Oh no, B-Knight, not like this.
Not what you wanted, but they do get the barriers in response, and Cholesterol right at the front. Very scary situation, and it's still Scandalous that could take this, but they have to find their way through this defensive ability by B-Knight.
A pass forward, a flip onto the bottom end, but Respect passing it forward so quickly. Solus Kage with the slides, with the 1-2 punch, with the core speed deflected away by B-Knight for the moment. As Hadi continues pressuring the top side, Cholesterol winning the strike war though, and continuing to strike it forward, forcing out abilities from Respect all the way to the other side of the map. And B-Knight will hold for now, but this open net's such a big threat, especially when the 1-2 punch Juno Slimes and the Kazan shooting it from the other side of the map. It will be Hadi with the flip, finding the pause, finding the shot to the top side, and once again Scandalous looking good.
Yeah, that was just, I feel like that was just like a flip fake out from Hadi. Just flipped it, kind of fake going down for a little bit, had them not quite certain where it was going to go, and just shot it in top right.
Another flip passing play after the double barrier take. Good from Solus Kage this time. A weird back pass, but it does the trick here. And once again, we're finding the bounces. Cholesterol in position, trying to find something, but staggered in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, Cholesterol very dead now, but both goals are open, but it is Scandalous on the offensive, so very scary situation. And yeah, there you go. I have to say, it's been Hadi's been making these plays. Hadi's been finding these spots. It's been a game for him. It's been a good one for him so far.
Yeah, and Spark of Resilience deny. I'm not sure if that's the right choice here. Although it's still 2 sparks for you, I think perfect form. Yeah, too good to pass up. That is definitely a good swap there.
Yeah, just dance with who brung you, you know what I mean? Like, perfect form, Centauro, peanut butter, and jelly is what it is.
Yep, Spark of Resilience denied here now, taking away the ability to triple spark here, but peak performance will still be a great pickup regardless of the scaling for that Asher. Being targeted down so much, needs to survive, and hopefully we'll be able to do so.
Yeah, I think everybody more or less got what they were aiming for in this particular draft, though obviously, you know, Cholesterol would have preferred the Spark, but got what they got. Overall still helps.
Yeah, now Cholesterol low, almost gets the goal regardless though, and Bibao's helping out as well, really making this game difficult for Scandalous as the core goes to the top side. They cleared away for now, and the KO found with the hook, but Bibao in the 1v1, making it scary once again, stalling out so much time in the power play.
Yeah, that was a very frightening moment, but they have managed to handle it, Scandalous. And honestly, I will say this, I feel like Soul might be getting a little bit more comfortable on that Juno, but not as good as Cholesterol is with that Asher. Just 1v1 against Asher? What do you do about that?
Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward situation to be in. The whole point of the Kazan goalie is to not be in that situation in the first place, right? To keep the core at arm's length, and so that the Asher can't get up in your face. But right now, there we go, Respect pulls it away. And Hadi's got to accelerate the offense quickly before Cholesterol can get this flip rolling. A flip available for Hadi, but the pillar in your face means that it'll halt for now.
Yeah, I think Hardy realized that they didn't want cholesterol to get rolling, and they tried to end it real fast, but Big Bow was like, no, partner's gonna get this off.
All right, now Hadi, a 1v1 attempt, stopping a good flip out from B-Knight, gets it away for now, but it's still the offense continuing the passing play to the bottom end. Hadi almost in the perfect spot after the knockback, and the Slimes will do it. The strike war not there from Senko's beloved Loafs, and it's all tied up once again.
Very nice finish from Soul, just to, like, drop those slimes and make sure that they got that goal in. It's looking like, yeah, they're kind of locked in. Is Scandalous.
Oh, but that double banish is huge. That's a barrier take available. Cholesterol continuing to win the strike wars forward, but a good flip out and Hadi in position. The strike isn't quite there as the core is being passed forward. Awkward spot here, but still pretty good for respect. A lot of bounces happening here as so much damage is being poured on to Babao, who grabs the orb just in time.
Yep, very, very heads-up play by Babao just to kind of like survive, but very scary situation. Very nice pillar. Like, Babao's been playing like someone possessed for like this whole series. It's been crazy to watch.
Yeah, really locking down the midfield on this rune and other picks, but especially the rune, right, has looked best on this character. Cholesterol now looking for an opportunity and will find the barrier here. Now it just needs one good shot, but the core speed's too much. It's the Juno Slimes with the 1-2 punch around the world, and B-Knight caught channeling. Unfortunate, but that's the fate of the Mako sometimes.
Yeah, it's sometimes if that core is too fast, you're just not gonna be able to react to it. Like, especially in overtime, it's going to catch someone looking.
And the Slimes continue their onslaught. So is Kage, a bit of a confusing strike backwards, but in the end it goes to respect anyway. Keeping it away from Cholesterol is the name of the game for Scandalous, because that star player for Senko's has proved to be a menace whenever possession is kept in the goal box. Now pushing forward but can't quite catch the core, and brought incredibly low is Cholesterol. These Slimes, the flip available for Soulless Kage. Bahati tried to do it all by themselves, but the pillar will deny it for now.
Yeah, very good hook and pull from Respect, feeding that up to Soul, and Soul finishing it off, clearing the set, getting their second one, and putting them in, honestly, a pretty solid position. They've been playing very well. They've been making a lot of nice heads-up plays. And okay, again, I like Juno aerials. I just like Juno aerials. Stacks on stacks also makes sense. I just like aerials on Juno. Among Titans, also very good.
Yeah, Among Titans is incredibly good here. It also denies the rune, but I think Babao isn't too sad about the extra special, of course. Getting more banishes is always really nice. The Super Surge going to unlock the Zentaro even further, though. But with the Big Fish coming in for the Asher, a great choice to get a little bit more stagger scaling with the peak performance. And that size is going to be so useful as well. But that Zentaro is once again getting even scarier.
Yeah, it's just very, very frightening. Because here's the thing, Cholesterol has been getting like all these stagger awakenings just to try and survive longer, and they're still getting beat down. That's kind of worrisome.
Yeah, Cholesterol taking so much damage, but it doesn't matter when Babao gets a strike in at the very end of it all. Senko's beloved Loaf still fighting, still getting points, still keeping it close.
Yeah, they're not out of this yet. It's just a bit of a struggle at this moment, but I wouldn't call them out of it. I say as Scandalous gets basically a double barrier.
Oh, and the pillars are great. The defense coming through as well, as the core speed has picked up quite a bit with all the scaling in the fourth set now. Flip available for Hadi, and B-Knight just doesn't react in time. A flip in the corner like that should normally be defended, but it's been a long day.
Yeah, like we say, like, people are exhausted, and sometimes it really does come down to just reflexes.
Oh,
like, ooh.
Big 1-2 punch double pillar on the banish, and with that, a huge power play for Senko's beloved Loafs.
Yeah, they could really use this one. So Hopefully they can. They tried to make something of it, but they did manage to survive it. But at this point in time, they kind of have to pull out all the stops. What else they got? Not cholesterol. They don't have cholesterol.
Yeah, Respect pushing forward now. Cholesterol gone, the star player that's enabled the offense of Senko's beloved Lowe's, but the save isn't quite there from Respect. The core got caught in the wrong direction. And now it's a huge opportunity here for Senko's beloved Lowe's. If Cholesterol can push forward, Babao chasing for a good banish. B-Knight in position, good in snare drums, but there's so many hits available for Hottie. Has the build that will deal with that snare drum so easily here.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Cholesterol risk it all, charges forward, no health, and makes it through.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying throughout all of this series that Cholesterol is the best player in this lobby, has performed the best in this lobby, but again, it's a team game, right? The team of Scandalous has performed better.
Yeah, it's just, that's really what it comes down to. Like, Cholesterol at this point is probably just easy MVP, but Scandalous is just playing better as a unit at the moment, saying that it's still Lowe's is in it. They have the open net. So it's on them to try and like do something, score on this opportunity. But yeah, Cholesterol has been playing absolutely absurd and deserves all the flowers.
Just strike wars the entire team. That's like the 5th time Cholesterol has struck ward the entire team of Scandalous and gotten the point and won the set. And we're headed to set 5.
Yep. Like if Cholesterol gets the rock, they can usually do something with it. So here's the question now. Do they still want to go for like the spark? Yes, they do. Okie dokie. Shut me right up.
Yeah, a triple spark here with the speed. Cholesterol has everything they need to carry this game through to completion, but Hottie on the other end has the heavy impact, has the perfect form, has the super surge. So many tools for Santaro as well. It is a battle of the brawlers a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely. You got like that Monumentalist on that rune. That's going to be dangerous. Explosive entrance. Siege Machine on Juno. Actually not bad at all. And like I said, specialized training on the Kazan even. This is it. This is it.
Yeah, and good evade as well. Cholesterol staying alive with that newfound speed with more stats in every department, dribbling all over the map, and Babao, just all they have to do is back Cholesterol up. 1 rebound is enough. B-Knight has the speed as well. A KO on the Soulless Kage, and I think Scandalous are being punished for picking picks that they aren't as comfortable on because Cholesterol is getting to thrive.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that was going to be like a miracle save if anything, but nah. If Cholesterol wasn't going to get it, Bebop was going to get it.
Yeah. And, wow, B-Flare. Our Cholesterol narrative is just being proven even more right by the second. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts here. But, ooh, Cholesterol has reached their final form. It is just, they're just a juggernaut now at this point.
Oh, really good strike to the other side. Passing up to Babao and a good follow-up by B-Knight. The core speed getting a little crazy here. And Hottie trying desperately to try something, but again, it's just Cholesterol, the better player right now. Just better playing all over the entire team. And when you get a triple spark build like that, when you get a Sad Boys angle like that, you can carry as the brawler.
Yeah, it's just rough, because here's the thing. Before this, Hottie was trying to basically handle Cholesterol. Hottie was the one who was like, Hottie had a combination of like the slimes were kind of handling Cholesterol, but right now with that scaling, Cholesterol's just like too beefy, surviving interactions that normally they wouldn't. And now Cholesterol is just like, oh, you are near the edge, delete you.
Oh, but Cholesterol's low now. Big opportunity for Scandalous to get something done. A flip by Babao up to the top side, cleared away, and 2 KOs come through. Big opportunity now. B-Knight has the flip though. Oh, but it pulls the trigger way too early. Not like that.
No, that wasn't even unsavable. That's the worst part about that. I feel like B-Knight flinched.
Well, there's still a lot of game left to be played, though. As, once again, as long as Cholesterol's alive, hope is still here for Senko's beloved Loaves. 2 barriers fall in an instant, and the pass splitter set up. This point is looking as good as over as Cholesterol strike wars all 3 members for the 8th time, and once again puts in the goal. How many times do we need to repeat it? No matter who wins this series, I think Cholesterol is the MVP.
Yeah, how many times do they need to repeat it? One more time, because this is match point.
Yeah. But Scandalous can still pull it back, right? 2 goals, and they're the ones winning this OSAS finale.
Yeah, absolutely. But like at this point in time, just need to do it once more. Make sure they gotta push.
They gotta get it together. They gotta stop letting Cholesterol just do this. But those slimes will help quite a bit. The follow-ups, the passes. Hottie's just gotta focus on scoring here because you're not out fighting Cholesterol.
Yeah, no. At this point, like. Used to be able to, but those days are old. Those are the old days, and they passed.
Oh, but B-Knight, oh, not like this. Once again, the defense of Senko's beloved Loaves not quite there. Just had to be patient on the strike, and they had it. But a final point, set 5.5. It all comes down to this.
Like, this is it. First barrier to Scandalous. They are pushing. Slimes are out. This is getting real nasty real fast.
Yeah, passing plays down. That's a big KO onto Bilbao, and Cholesterol low as well. The damage focus has been good, and importantly, right, Cholesterol started this point with no meter available, which allowed them to damage dump. That's the power play. That's going to be the game here with the flip to the bottom side, and Scandalous are your OSAS Season 10 champions.
Scandalous, not scandalous in how they play. That was pulling it together right when they needed to, and you notice like they on those last couple of points, they really started to do like a lot more of this passing play. They really started to do a lot more of, again, that kind of unified play that had kind of like gotten them that far. It was crazy, and that eventually did like carry them through. It got them both the damage they needed and the openings that they needed.
Yeah, and it really shows that team play does succeed in the very end. Senko's beloved Loaves, incredible performance, making it all the way back here and making this game close down to the very end, right? But in the end, it came down to the coordinated damage from Scandalous that got the KO, got another KO, and made it such a clean ending to that close of a game. Well played from Scandalous, and well-deserved win in this OSAS season.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a very, very, like you said, very clean ending, very incredible set to see. Fantastic finale. Yeah,
but if there's one player I need to highlight once again, Cholesterol, that player has also graduated. Did not win OSAS, but that brawler is going places.
100%. Keep a close eye on that one.
Yeah, that I would not be surprised to see Cholesterol do well in the qualifiers coming up, because that was a monstrous performance, especially in that last game. Plenty of montage moments. But that is it, I think. It's 1:07 a.m. and I think we're done.
Yeah, we're through here. It was great to watch, but people need sleep.
Yep. With that, goodbye, everyone. Congrats, Scandalous. We'll see you on Saturday for Sheb. Bye.
Peace.